I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs, inquiry into economic self-determination and opportunities for First Nations Australians. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands from which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. On behalf of the committee, I welcome any traditional owners that are here today. I remind all senators and members that proceedings are to be conducted in a respectful and courteous way. I remind senators and members that this is a workplace, and this is especially true for public officials and stakeholders who are present before us. It is essential that they be treated with respect and that they feel safe when they present to our hearings before us. As Chair, I'll be particularly vigilant in ensuring the cultural safety of First Nations people and culturally and racially marginalised groups during these proceedings. In accordance with the committee's resolution on the 7th of September 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report proceedings of the committee. So I now welcome our first witness to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. My name is Dr. Terry Janke. I'm a Wuditha Yardakana and Merriam woman, and I'm the Solicitor Director of Terry Janke and Company, legal and consulting firm.
Thank you very much. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, I don't know why that's in my notes twice, so I don't need to say that again. But I will now invite you to make a brief opening statement if you've got one. Otherwise, we can proceed straight to questions.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which I'm calling in from today. I'm on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I wish to pay my respect to country and to elders past and present. And I would also like to extend that respect to First Nations people present at this hearing. I'm Terry Janke. I'm a solicitor. I have a law firm, Terry Janke and Company, and I'm also a First Nations woman, being Wuditha Yardakana and Merriam. I'm here today to discuss the firm's submission to the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs inquiry into economic self-determination and opportunities for First Nations Australians. And I acknowledge the important work of the committee. Thank you for providing a space to discuss opportunities, barriers and options to leverage intellectual property and elevate First Nations people as entrepreneurs, but in the context of cultural strength. I established a law firm. It's a multidisciplinary firm, legal and consulting, Terry Janke and Company, in 2000. We are 100% Indigenous owned, a certified member of Supply Nation, a member of the New South Wales Indigenous Chamber of Commerce. I'm the sole shareholder and director of that firm. Our goal is to empower First Nations people to prosper in business, arts and culture. And we do this by using the law and also asserting rights through protocols and advocacy. I've acted for First Nations Australians whose works have been put on planes, clothes, buildings, carpets, tuna covers. Our firm also advises people whose traditional knowledge are used in scientific research, in bush foods and in the environment, in environmental management, clean energy and carbon markets. We have a team of 24 people who work towards this common goal, and given the importance of intellectual property and the growth of Indigenous business, the firm has been growing. We've also acted for a lot of non-Indigenous clients who engage First Nations Australians, and we advocate for more opportunities for returns for Indigenous people, particularly through use of their intellectual property. The firm is a global leader on Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, being the rights of Indigenous people to their heritage, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expression. And given that First Nations people come from a heritage base that is 65,000 years old, that knowledge base can help build strong economic foundations for First Nations people. We advocate for greater recognition of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, Article 31 of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And we are really committed to that. Having worked in this area for over 24 years, I believe there's significant opportunity for intellectual property and Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights to enable economic self-determination for First Nations people. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks for making the time to come and share some of your experiences with the committee. There are a number of us online, so I'm going to try to do kind of 8-minute blocks if possible, so everyone gets an opportunity to ask some questions. I'm saying that out loud so my fellow committee members can hear me too. But I will go first to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Dr. Janke, and to the Chair. May I understand from you, Dr. Janke, a little bit more about how you would define the Indigenous estate? I think you've given some examples of it so far.
I would see the Indigenous estate as being the land and waters that are now have some rights and interests of the First Nations people.
And you referred to some of your clients and some of the matters that you've conducted as a solicitor. Are there particular barriers for First Nations businesses or groups when trying to access the intellectual property system or defend their intellectual property rights?
Yes, there are. The laws, copyright law, limit application to knowledge that is not written down or recorded, and the knowledge of country or knowledge of art design itself coming from First Nations communities and Indigenous people having the rights to paint stories of country or icons from country, that's not protected. So those styles and stories are not protected. It's only the expressions. There's also a focus on individual rights and not communal, collective rights. So individual people can own copyright, but not communities. There's also the fact that it only lasts for a limited time. The rights of copyright last for 70 years after the death of the creator of the work. But if you've got ancient stories or rock art that has been created by ancestor beings, they don't easily fit into these systems. So that's just copyright. And if you look at patent rights, they aren't focused on protecting Indigenous people's knowledge of plants or animals or the great wealth of ancestral knowledge that's been handed down to First Nations people and nurtured. It is really more about who claims rights to inventions where they can meet criteria of patents law. So there's a great abeyance and of protection, and this is why First Nations people are calling for greater recognition.
I think there are some inferences we can draw from that answer, but what are the potential changes that are required in Australia's intellectual property framework in terms of the laws themselves that would encourage First Nations individuals, communities and businesses to protect their intellectual property?
Well, currently the government's looking at new laws around the fake arts. That has been a major disruption to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander arts industry. And I would see that as being a law that would stop people producing rip-off artwork that copies legitimate styles of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and the labelling that goes on, the misleading and deceptive labelling that claims these works are authentic. There's another aspect that needs to deal with the fact that licensing and contracts with artists are often unfair, and making sure that there are minimum standards of rights. That's just some limitations in the fake arts ones, and I think that there should be some addressing of how those products get labelled in the market, and obviously something to address the importation of artworks that are coming from overseas that are fakes. With the recognition of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property wider, there needs to be some recognition of the great body of knowledge that is Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, and rather than it having to meet material form, that it can be protected as it's in its form of where it comes from people, and how that is recorded and used by others should be the focus, so that First Nations people have the free, prior informed consent of how their knowledge is commercialised. So there has recently been an international intellectual property treaty with the World Intellectual Property Organisation, who the member states concluded a treaty on traditional knowledge, patents and IP. So that is introducing a disclosure mechanism where patent applicants have to disclose the source of the genetic material that is the subject of the patent, and also if there is traditional knowledge associated with it, that also be disclosed. Whilst that is merely, I guess, administrative or, a requirement about a process, it opens up the question of how these rights can be leveraged and used by First Nations people. And I think how it interfaces with the Nagoya Protocol and access and benefit sharing agreements, which can empower First Nations people to enter into agreements with companies that want to use their genetic resources for inventions, be it medicines or new foods, or any type of inventions using genetic materials taken from First Nations country or using their traditional knowledge. I think that could be an opportunity for better protection. Along with that, there will need to be databases. We're also looking at how AI and Indigenous data sovereignty can also help First Nations people in how their knowledge, already held in a lot of archives, libraries and museums, for example, or databases, can be used to train AI or systems to be accessed for commercial use. So I'm thinking there needs to be some protection there as well.
One of the distinctions you drew earlier was between the expression of a skill or a traditional knowledge or custom or insider expertise, and the use of that process or skill set or knowledge. And where you have a situation where that knowledge is shared across communities and particularly shared across different communities in very different parts of the country. Is there a way to ensure that the benefits of that are then also shared, or is it a question that if, for instance, different First Nations people in different parts of the country have similar or analogous processes, then they're entitled to their expression of that?
It's a good question. I think there's opportunities for where knowledge might be shared across a community for there to be a particular community may have a different expression than others that are shared. It would depend on what is being commercialised, I guess. But communities would need to be aware of the impact of commercialisation on cultural practices. So it's weighing that up and understanding that. For example, if the knowledge is not already known publicly and it's the first opportunity for it to be made public, I would think that might be more sensitive than something that's already publicly known. But I think there can be opportunities for alliances to come to manage these collective rights, like the Northern Australian Kakadu Plum Alliance that is put together to deal with the production and marketing of Kakadu plum that's shared across regions. I can see opportunities for that, for groups to get together. But certainly there is a space for agreement making and protocols and just advice to communities around how they make the decisions. Often when they're approached by companies, it can be all done to a fast deadline, but giving them time to think about this and understand the impacts and make decisions that are informed. But I do see it as an opportunity for groups to form alliances.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair. You're on mute, I think, Chair.
That's helpful. Ms Chaney can't hear me calling her, giving her the call.
Thank you, Chair. So can you tell us a little bit more about, I just missed the status of the treaty on traditional knowledge, patents and IP. Was that a proposed treaty or is it a treaty that's in existence?
It has been concluded. So towards the end of May, the World Intellectual Property Organisation concluded the text on the WIPO Treaty of Genetic Resources, Intellectual Property and Traditional Knowledge, and that's the name of it. It is currently waiting for countries to sign on to it, to ratify it, and I'm expecting the Australian government was very involved in that. You may have already heard from people in respect of that, but it's not yet in force.
Okay. And I just was interested in your thoughts. You pointed out that IP law is very much based on individual rights. What are some ways in which the law could recognise collective rights better? It seems like such a fundamental issue with our legal system that is a mismatch. Are there ideas about how that could be changed or adapted?
There's ways that there could be, I guess, recognition of the communal rights in terms of guarding the integrity or attribution of source. So, for example, in copyright law, there's recognition of moral rights, but it's for the individual author of an artwork. and there's also rights of integrity, but it's just for that person who does the artwork. So a collective right might recognise that there's attribution of a group, so recognising that the knowledge comes from, a particular group. So it might be someone painting the work, but recognition of their clan group and the tradition that comes from. So there's an idea about that. In fact, that's pretty much growing accepted best practice.
So what does that actually look like? Does it means that you would say this painting is painted by this individual in the style or in the culture connected with this group of people?
That's it.
So in acknowledging, so it's an acknowledgement in the way that art is described.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
And then also the other way would be the moral right of integrity, so that the collective could speak for how their cultural images are being used. And we have seen some of that recognised in copyright case law, in a case to do with fabric that was imported, Bull and R&T textiles, recognising them, where the individual copyright owner was unwilling or unable to take action, that the community could step in and take action in equity, possibly for acts of infringement. So where it's used by others without permission. So there's potential for that as well. But there's ways that for First Nations people to collectively have a say over how their collectively owned heritage is used, I guess is the premise here. So whilst individuals, we've got to find that balance between allowing individuals who have the rights within a group to use that knowledge or use that art and be able to deal with it versus a communal right to guard and protect and have a say over how that knowledge is nurtured throughout time.
And so I'm fascinated by that. So in a situation where an individual who is part of the group chooses to use a story or their art which is based on a collectively owned story in a way that some or all of the majority of the group are not comfortable with that, how do you think the law should deal with those situations?
I think it's a matter of protocols, and the cultural protocols of communities or within industry are really guiding this around people thinking about the impact, being respectful, looking at the context, benefit sharing with the group, making sure that there's continuing cultural return to that group, and looking at ways that recognition and protection can be, observed in the way that they enter into agreements, put notices on work, market the work, signal to markets or to the public that the work is shared in the context of coming from place, coming from culture, so therefore others can't just take it. So it's having that obligation to come back. So the work that I've done with developing the True Tracks principles and writing these principles and protocols for Create Australia, formerly the Australia Council, on recognising these principles when individuals are creating art or being visual arts, but also performing arts and all types of arts. But it's also in films and moves into having these protocols when knowledge is being also commercialised. So these protocols could form, they follow customary law practices already, and they could be recognised within legal frameworks as well.
So recognising those protocols, and there is a written version of these protocols, but they're not currently given the weight of law.
They're not legal. They can be used tied to grant funding, which make the grant recipients obliged to follow them. But it's only against those parties. And what happens when it's out there? The next person who might see it could use it. So it's not rights against the whole of the world. So this is why the law is needed. And it's, I guess, the communal rights speak to those protocols being the significant pathway of cultural practice and cultural recognition that First Nations people want to see in place. It gives them more of it gives them a say over their cultural dynamic.
Okay, thank you. Chair, can I have one more?
I was just going to say, last question, Ms. Chaney.
So just so it's really clear for me, Dr. Jenkins, so there are these protocols, and there's a version of them that you've written in the True Tracks Principles for Create Australia that if they were given the weight of law would actually clarify some of the ways of balancing individual versus communal rights. Have I understood that right?
Yes, that's right. Okay. I think it follows that reciprocity sort of aspect and thinking about the impact of your commercialisation or any use of traditional knowledge. So it's about communal rights and ownership, but it's also about guarding the culture and making sure that decisions are made in light of, cultural protocol. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Chaney. Senator Cox. We can't hear you, Senator Cox, if you're speaking. Let me just send her a text, see if she can hear us. While we are trying to sort out audio for Senator Cox, I might go to Mr. Perrott, and then when we've got Senator Cox online, I'll wrap you up, Mr. Perrott.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I look forward to being wrapped up. Ms. Jackie, I'm interested in exploring some of the things that Senator Gosh and Ms. Chaney explored, and that intersection of the individual and the collective, and the law as it's the common law and intellectual property law in particular. So, and I understand, say, how native title issues can be resolved and dealing with a certain number of people in terms of distribution of money to a collective. How are you suggesting this would happen? And if just for argument's sake, if we could use your the Meriam people and is it Wutati?
Yes.
As an example, say if not for you, for your children or your grandchildren, how would, if they were dealing with the Kakadu Plum type enterprise, what would be the actual method of distribution of profits if there were profits from an endeavour that used the knowledge of this particular mob? Say, who would organise the checks? And how would you define the beneficiaries if we go to a trust type legal concept?
I think there are models where Aboriginal corporations have set up ventures and shared
I'm aware of those. I'm particularly interested in you know, the suburbs of Sydney or something like that? How would you define the beneficiaries, and how would you go to those beneficiaries before that in terms of getting free, prior and informed consent to the sharing of that collective knowledge? Because I thought the first principle of customary law practice would be not to share, but obviously the enterprise wants to sell it to the world and then give profits back to the source of that knowledge. So how do you reconcile those two things, particularly in an urban environment rather than, say, the Miriam people, which might be
Yeah, well, and if it's an individual person that wants to do it, then
no. Well, that intersection between the two of them, how do we give the benefits of the collective? How do we distribute the benefits of that collective?
well, you would have to probably think about that in the way that you design it, and it doesn't always have to be monetary benefits. It could be non-monetary benefits as well, such as capacity building, supporting ranges.
You still need a list, wouldn't you, of where to distribute? Yeah, the list of beneficiaries, the list of the collective would still have to be defined, even for 70-odd years or beyond, wouldn't it?
Well, you'd have to work out how you can collectively do that by giving it to a prescribed body corporate or a collective and working that out. Some collective benefit could be in capacity building as well. So it isn't like where I think your analogy with native title or giving everybody a particular amount of money. I mean, it's around looking for those that the work that you're doing, that you have consent from the group to commercialise. And if you're a company or whatever, you'd be thinking about how your work can your commercialisation project can give benefit back to the community.
And would that be up to the enterprise to decide how they give it back? They could give, a couple of blankets and some beads and say, I've given some benefit back to the First Nations group, or would it be up to the free, prior and informed consent of the First Nations group beforehand to say, yeah, that's the benefit we want?
Yes, well, we're hoping they'd be nice blankets and beads. No,
but you
more
see
than that.
You see the point I'm making, that there's a long history of people saying, yeah, I gave them some benefit, and
absolutely.
I bought Melbourne. What did someone say they bought Melbourne for, Jana? Like a couple of bucks.
Blankets.
But this is where I think the standards can, where people need legal advice when they're doing deals. I think it happens in intellectual property, but it's happening on, other ventures with, people coming on to native title land and wanting rights. So
would every individual in the trust, let's call it a trust for the sake of a legal concept, would every potential beneficiary need to get individual legal advice?
No, just the collective, I suppose.
But you'd need a body corporate of some sort then, wouldn't you?
That's right.
A registered native title organisation?
That's right. And
is that realistic?
I think a lot of...
Last question, Mr. Perrott, because I think we've got... hopefully we've got Senator Cox now. Sorry.
Can I just finish that? I do think...
Yeah, absolutely. You should finish yours before I see we've got Senator Cox.
I do think it is through collectives. That is the challenge. What you're raising is a true challenge, but it is through, could be through a prescribed body corporate, but it depends what's being commercialised. It could be investing in art centres, language centres, and capacity building, but projects need to think of some sort of benefit return when knowledge is being leveraged in a very mass commercialised way.
I'll
thank you.
Come back to that thread later.
Senator Cox, do we have you?
I think so, Chair. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you.
Oh,
all right.
Thank God. I thought the gods were working against me.
We are running short on time, but you've got about 8 minutes or so. We've got our
Okay,
next
great.
online.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Jenke. I just quickly wanted to, as much as I could gather, being in and out of this meeting already this morning, some of the threads that's been discussed, and just picking up on Mr. Perrett's point and Ms. Cheney's point around this and some of the work that I've been talking to Minister Farrell about is the work that we undertook on geographical indicators in the free trade agreement with Europe and with the EU, and the possibility of us actually doing geographical indicators in Australia to protect the cultural and intellectual property rights for First Nations people. And given that GI is, the originating or specific region or source where, and I think you mentioned cultural protocol, but in fact having a certified trademark or, that is attached to GI, could that be a possible way in which we could, basically ratify that WTO treaty for the benefit of First Nations people in Australia?
Thanks, Senator Cox. Yeah, the idea of having geographical indications or certification marks that denote where the resource comes from in the country or whether the art design comes from or a particular dance has been discussed over the years. And I think it's probably geographical indications for food. It's well known in Europe, for example, but in the growing bush foods market and having low participation of First Nations people in that, I think geographical indications could be a good opportunity for, increasing or providing value of Indigenous growers, wild harvesting, of the source of a particular resource, a plant or food, but it could also say things around the connection and how that something around the quality of the resource that's provided to market. I think it could be very strong in the food application, but there has been also discussion that it could apply to the art market and deal with the copying of Aboriginal styles that come from one country, but maybe copied by artists from others as well.
Yeah, great, thank you. Is AI a threat, do you think, to traditional art, for example, as we see the uptake more of AI across the world? Do you think that is a considerable threat towards that, the protection of our intellectual and cultural property rights?
There's a lot of interest in that with art, with knowledge. AI just amplifies the problems that we already have with copying, and also not just the ease or these systems having access to content and being able to emulate it when they're asked to by users. There's that aspect. But there's also the aspect of the cultural, mismatch and mixing up, and the falsities that can arise when AI is creating things that, you might call it AI create Merriam art, and it is sourcing, its databases to pull up something that it thinks represents Merriam art, but it may not. So AI can obviously really be a concern in that respect. I think for First Nations people, AI also, and creators in intellectual property, it is that they won't know how their works are being used, and if they're being used and there's a lack of compensation or recognition for that as well. So people are very concerned how that might impact them economically and also culturally. And these are things that I guess guardrails or AI laws can look at how it impacts First Nations people in terms of disadvantage even and system discriminating against First Nations people. But that said, I also believe there's opportunities for AI to enhance Indigenous economic opportunities if used properly and at the hands of First Nations people, and they're making informed decisions about how their data sets are being contributed, to all those sort of data sets that can, inform AI. And this is where notions of Indigenous data sovereignty, people being aware, not missing out on the opportunity also to create or understand or work with AI systems. For example, in Kakadu, there are scientists using AI to work with traditional owners to, better look after the land. So it's not that AI is totally a bad thing, it's how it is used by humans that can call it into being more of an exploiter rather than an enabler.
Great, thank you. And I know that this probably is my last question, which is a good segue into that. What do you think the role of the federal government should be in order to build and maintain our data sovereignty? Because it seems to be a word that we constantly use, but I actually haven't seen any mechanism or ways of protecting our First Nations IP in relation to data sovereignty. Do you have any ideas of the role of the federal government in relation to that?
I would be looking at laws that are about transparency, where people can, again, it's the consent for knowledge to or data to be used in certain ways so that people are aware of it. And also where knowledge has been collected, that they have access to seek its return. And I think that it's around, at the moment, it's occurring around agreement making. A lot of data might be collected by governments, for example, and it is recognising how it's transparent on how the data is used, similar to, I guess, privacy provisions, but recognising not just data of individuals, but data of communities and, all sorts of things from recordings to photographs to films that are collected as data for of First Nations people. So there's transparency around that and how it's used, but it's also around how First Nations people can have a say of who accesses it in a different way than it was originally agreed to. And also the last bit is having access to it, to use it in ways that are beneficial for communities. There's a lot of communities who now want to access data sets held by governments and wanting to use it for their own purposes, but might be held up by privacy laws or, other sort of situations. So the challenge for government is to also enable that, return or repatriation of the knowledge so that First Nations people can use it to help them with guiding their decisions around community management in health or, just making communities stronger.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that in the US there's a very strong data sovereignty movement, and the communities there own and facilitate conversations with the US government around, say, water quality and other things around their use of data sovereignty, which is very powerful when our mob own the intellectual property that they have, and they're able to track it on a longitudinal basis. I watch the Australian government with some trepidation that we're not actually transferring the power back to mob to actually make that data sovereignty a reality for some of our communities. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
You're muted, Chair.
I'm going to get it right eventually. But I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Jenke, for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Thank you very much, committee.
I now welcome our next witnesses, and I might need, I can't quite see, they're not popping up on my screen yet. Here we are. Is it Miss Mallison? Is it Yap? Do you say Yapra or Yapra? How do you? You're on mute. You're doing a me. Oh, you're back on mute now. You weren't, and now you're back on mute.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Is it Yapra or Yapra?
Yapa.
Yapa. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Why have I got? Oh, anyway, I've got an additional R in my name here for some reason. Probably thinking about the early years service here in Victoria. But I now welcome Yapa to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today before the committee?
My name is Shannon Mallison and I am the Acting Director of the Yapa Hub.
Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I will now invite you to make a brief opening statement if you have one to share with the committee.
Sure. So, my name's Shannon. I'm the Acting Director of the Yapa Hub. The Yapa Hub is a partnership between the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council and the National Indigenous Australians Agency, so federal government. It was established under the Indigenous Business Sector Strategy in 2018, and it was to ensure that First Nations people had their access to the fair share of the state's economy, in particular around the Western Sydney City deal and the once-in-a-lifetime infrastructure spend that was happening in and around Western Sydney, being the multi-level government agreement between state, federal and local governments across 8 LGAs in Western Sydney. And it is on the back of the Aerotropolis development happening not far from where I am here in Liverpool. We provide a range of services to First Nation businesses. So we have one-on-one business coaching. We have a team of business coaches that work one-on-one with Aboriginal businesses at all stages of their business life cycle. We have a range of training and development events that we run, including our Yapa Grow program, which is a certified micro-credential delivered as in partnership with Western Sydney Uni. It has kicked off this morning. So at 9:30 this morning, it kicked off. And we run a series of networking events, including our annual Meet the Buyer, which facilitates connections between First Nation businesses and buyers. On the flip side of that, we work with government, industry and corporate organisations who have genuine commitment to increasing their First Nations engagement targets. And we do that, really that's just relationship based. It's really getting to know what they want, who they are, what their needs are, and trying to facilitate these meaningful connections. We don't just provide a database, we provide like a curation of businesses and who they are. So the more we know our businesses, the more we're able to talk about them. Me personally, I've worked in Aboriginal business development for about 20 years. So my career started in when I was working for my local Aboriginal Land Council. So started from Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation, where as part of that I was the admin officer, but, we had to deal with the constant kind of reliance on funding, but also claw our way back from, a step away from administration due to poor management. And that's just the way it was. So we transformed that land council. It's quite a successful small land council, though it does not have the opportunities of some of our larger counterparts on the eastern seaboard. But it's a very high-functioning LAUC with, a great record. So that's where it started. And as part of that role, I was also on the board of Mid-Lachlan Aboriginal Housing and the Lachlan Aboriginal Reference Group. So I have a strong background in kind of governance around Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. And then about almost 15 years ago, after finishing my university degree, which was commerce, majoring in accounting and business law, I got a cadetship with National Parks. And that was purely focusing on Aboriginal business development for Aboriginal businesses that operated tourism businesses within the New South Wales National Parks estate. So it was working with them around kind of you're running successful businesses, but also being compliant with the National Parks and Wildlife Act. And then I have been with YAPA since 2018, and I started as a business coach. So I myself personally have coached over 220 Aboriginal businesses, and they range from artists up until multi-million-dollar construction companies. I've only ever worked with businesses in New South Wales, so my point of view is coming from businesses in New South Wales, and primarily businesses that are based in the city and regional and kind of central New South Wales. I don't have enough knowledge to speak outside and comment on a lot of remote areas. I've done a little bit of work there with the tourism stuff, but not in the general kind of sense of business coaching. But I then moved into industry relationships manager, so I was the one responsible for working with the government and industry and corporate organisations, and I maintained that role as well as the acting director role, so I now lead the team at YAPA.
Breadth of experience, so it'd be great to pick your brains this morning. We are running over time, but we are in about kind of 8-minute blocks of questions. Fair warning to my committee members here. But I will go to Mr. Perrott first.
Gee, thanks, Chair. Keep me awake. Alert. Hey, I just wanted to talk about those 220 businesses you've dealt with, Ms. Mollison. Can you tell us a little bit about them? I know you gave that range, but are there any particular First Nations collective characteristics for those businesses, so I don't really want to talk about the individuals so much as how the larger businesses approached the business of being a business.
Yeah, okay. So with that, collectively speaking, the majority of businesses that I have coached are quite small enterprises. So usually kind of owner-operator. They might be company structures, but they operate with a, sole director, sole shareholder structure.
A common law white person approach to business, I guess.
Business, yeah. So, and they are predominantly, and most of them would be female owned. A lot of the ones that I deal with are female owned, but they're very early stage business, and they're quite successful. So they're still businesses that, a lot of the artists, I work with a lot of artists, a lot of consultants, sort of that kind of service delivery as opposed to product based businesses, or so they are service based businesses.
Tell us about the construction one, so the larger one that you mentioned.
Yeah, so the larger construction companies, so guys, where they've probably got anywhere from, I don't know, say 10 to 40 employees. So we're kind of still talking probably mid-size enterprises, annual turnover around $20 million, some of them kind of creeping up.
Small business for the ATO.
Small business for the ATO. So we're turning, most of them would be primarily under $20 million, around 20 employees. I think it's 19 employees for the ATO. So something around there, yeah. So still small, they're still SMEs, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of, I'm interested in this intersection of the individual and the collective, and the responsibilities of the individual back to the collective, the mob that they've come from. So are they first and foremost a business entity, doing business, paying their taxes, paying their employees, all that sort of thing, and then they're Indigenous, or is there something else you could inform us of?
I think it's real. That's a really hard question, because I think it's like you can't. I think the guys that are running big businesses and have workforces are running them as a business. They are a business, but their driving purpose is probably not profit. So they're running as a business. They operate as a business. They are there to make money. They are there to be successful. They are there to deliver on projects the same as any other business. But maybe the reason for getting into business was a little bit different. And so most of the time when we talk about businesses and people working for themselves, a lot of people that go into business working for themselves will be around, having that high level of autonomy, right, and freedom to do what they want when they want. They don't want to work for the man, like in generally speaking. Where a lot of First Nations businesses, if you go, why did you get into business? It is to provide opportunity back to community. Or to make a difference, or to be a role model for my kids, or to break the cycle of intergenerational disadvantage, or something like. So even though it is an absolute for-profit based business, most of the people that we work with too are for-profit based businesses. There's always, I guess, a social outcome, and whether that's just or even if that is confined just to their own family.
So. I'm interested in that intersection between, my shorthand version is white man's law and, First Nations LORE almost. Yep. So where they have a duty to give back to family, obviously, but even to other people in the mob, other people that is connected to the mob, but there's no capacity for that to be a tax deductible contribution back. It's just like, that's your largesse and good luck to you, rather than any.
I don't. When you say give back to mob, I guess it's like what I see give back to mob is to provide a job, right? Okay. I'm not talking giving back money. I'm not saying that there is an inherent sense of responsibility that any of their profits need to be distributed back to community, because that's not the case. Okay. Unless of course it is a business that is based, or that is of profit, off culture, or they might, for a tax reason, no, just the same as any other business, they might find a charity, or they might have a scholarship or something, or they might give, support a Koori knockout team at the Koori knockout, or something like that. So there might be a sense of sponsorship, or a sense of donation, or a sense of supporting, community-based organisations, but as a tax deduction, which is no different to any other business. When I say give back to community, I mean provide meaningful employment, because we know that in this country there is, I don't want to say racism, but definitely unconscious bias. There is racism, but I don't think most people that say racist things are racist people. I think that's just ignorance. And so there is a level of unconscious bias in this country. And I think that when we get to the core of that, we know that Aboriginal people are more likely to employ Aboriginal people. So when I mean give back, I mean through employment, not handouts.
And last one, I just wanted to clarify, you said you didn't have as much experience with businesses connected with remote. What is remote in New South Wales? Is that Broken Hill? Is that
I sort of think probably kind of the other side of I kind of draw a line down the centre where you kind of go from the top. There's sort of Tamworth and Dubbo and Wagga, and if you kind of sort of down the bordering the other side of the mountain, the other side of the Great Dividing Range. But I think once you need to drive, I think once it becomes sort of 300 kilometres between towns, that's kind of remote. So I think areas like Bourke, where you've got to travel 3 hours to get to a hospital, or education, whether a university or even a TAFE or something like that, I think that kind of,
yeah. All right. Thanks very much for your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perrott. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Mellison. Thank you for appearing today. My question would be around, you said just to your evidence to Mr. Perrott that the majority of the businesses you've worked with are women-led businesses. Is that correct?
Yeah, the smaller ones are, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously access to capital is probably one of the biggest issues facing First Nations women, whether they're owner-operators or, as you said, sort of micro, small business enterprises. Are you aware of any sort of available solutions to this problem that we currently face with access to capital for our small businesses?
No. I think that it depends on the business, because when we talk about access to capital, I always kind of go, what does that mean? Because people have very differing opinions about what access to capital means, right? Are we talking about, grants? Then if there is, I'm not aware of any, and I'm not a believer in grants either for startup business at all. If you're talking about lending, as in finance and lending, then there are, obviously there's banks and there's IBA, I guess. But to me, depending on the size of the business, Many Rivers is an option. It seems to be a low barrier to entry to small amounts of finance. But then again, it's only up to $20,000, and that doesn't really accommodate for much depending on your business. So I think it kind of depends on what you're talking about when you refer to access to capital, because I think it depends on the business, because if I give examples of some of the things that I've come across in my role, particularly here at YAPA, and particularly when the IPP and the APP, so the procurement policies, were first established, was that there was a number of businesses that would come knocking on the door and go, we need funding because we need to start a business, because there's a procurement policy, and we need to be able to kind of get in on all this work happening around because of these procurement policies. And a lot of the times it's that access to capital isn't the problem, it's creating a business that addresses a need. And access to capital is a problem once you've done that, but it should never be the first step. And so one of the things that I find is that there's a real focus on access to capital rather than focusing on the needs of the market. And I think that sometimes is the biggest barrier to entry. And I come across that particularly in the tourism industry. So people would say, I need, a tour bus, say, for argument's sake. We need funding because we need a tour bus. And it's like, well, you don't really. You just need to develop a product that people need because you're the asset. And the only thing it's going to cost you is your time to get out on country and talk to people. And we know that. And we know that because that's what happens a lot in a lot of the smaller communities. So like smaller areas, where there's small businesses. So I think there is absolutely access to capital is an issue for larger scale businesses. So I do believe if you want to start, a construction company or an earth moving company, and you need a bobcat and you need an excavator and you need a dump truck and you need all the that's a lot of money. But the businesses that I deal with a lot of the time, it's actually understanding where they fit in the market and what problem they're solving. So to me, it's around the capacity and capability building and understanding the workings of a business is more important than the access to capital. Because if you can get that right, you have more chance of accessing capital.
Great, thank you. And obviously, as you said, there's different types of businesses and different types of needs.
It's really hard to put it in a box. And, a lot of people talk about, we've won recently here at YAPA. We were lucky enough to partner with the New South Wales government to develop a Caring for Country grants program where we got, just over $500,000 out the door and into the hands of Aboriginal businesses to build their capability and capacity for very specific needs in order for them to capitalise on works or packages of works that will become available under the Cumberland Plains Conservation Plan. And, that was great. That was working with established businesses, and it was like they were already on a trajectory to somewhere. They had the nuts and bolts. They, had lodged several tax returns. They were turning over money. So it was a way to accelerate and make what was already going to happen faster, and I'm a big believer in that sort of investment. But I think when we talk a lot around access to capital, the language is denoting, or there's a undertone of we're talking about funding to start a business, and I'm not a believer in funding to start a business.
Okay. Great. So that's a good segue into my next question, which is how important is it to have, and I don't know if you were on the call already listening to Dr. Jenkins' evidence, but how important is it for us to have protections for the cultural and intellectual property rights for our First Nations businesses, in your experience?
This is a tricky one for me because I don't know enough from a collective experience. So, and I absolutely recognise that, Terry Jenke is the absolute expert in the field, and he's in well, definitely in the circles that I run in, but if not in Australia. But for me, I struggle with marrying the collective right to their cultural intellectual property with the right of people to make money. And that's I don't think, I'll use examples because it's easier for me to use examples. I worked in the tourism industry, and I believe that the only people that should be doing Aboriginal tourism is Aboriginal people. I truly believe that. I think it is disgusting that there are large tourism companies within this country that profit people. We have visitors come to this country for Aboriginal culture, and when you're walking through Alice Springs and you see the despair in the community, and yet that whole town is built off the profit of artworks and Aboriginal culture, to me is just deplorable. I think it's terrible. But in a really basic sense to me, do I think that an Aboriginal person who has their own knowledge and their own stories that have been passed down to them, do I believe they need a collective right to operate that business? Because no one would stop any of these tour companies in Sydney just talking about the harbour or the history of Sydney. It would not even be a consideration that the history of the convicts or whatever around Sydney Harbour would just be told on a tour boat on one of their boats. Yet an Aboriginal business that does that needs a special licence, needs to get special permission in order to run a business that is of profit so they can support their families. So whilst I am all for the Aboriginal people being the ones to profit off Aboriginal culture, and I do believe that, I think when it comes down to the collective rights, I don't think that the collective rights outweigh the individual rights of Aboriginal people, if it's their knowledge. So, and that again is a tourism thing. So I'll give a really good example. There was an Aboriginal business I worked in down at Gulaga, which is on the south coast down near Tulpadilpa, and they were recognised traditional Aboriginal owners. So they were Aboriginal owners on a national park that was a park for a park, meaning that it had been, the title was held by the Land Council and was leased back to the government for a national park. And this business wanted to run tours on there as a registered Aboriginal owner. No one disputed that he was a registered Aboriginal owner. A turnaround for a national parks eco pass was 8 weeks. So you wanted to do a tour, you applied to national parks, consider as long as it was in line with the plan of management and you had the right insurances and an operational plan, and there was room on the park for another operator, then you would get a parks eco pass within 8 weeks. It took him 2 years because of the hoops that he had to jump through, because the board of management, which was the Aboriginal owners, including some of his family, were like, no, well, he should be paying us. If he's making the profit, then he should be giving that money back to us. And I was like, why? Why can't you get the national parks fees? National parks are paying, he has to pay a fee to operate. It wasn't for free. He had to pay a fee. To me, the fee should have gone to them. But why? When he was the one getting out of bed every day to do these tours, when he was the one spending the money on the marketing and the advertising and the blood and the sweat and the tears to walk that mountain and take visitors up there, why do you just get to set back purely because of your heritage? So I'm also a big believer in that that I do not believe that Aboriginal people can, and they should know. I'm not saying they don't need the support of their community. There are certain places, certain sites, certain stories that should not be shared, and I get that. But if you're truly an Aboriginal operator, then you should know that, generally speaking. So I think if it's done through some sort of cultural protocol, but I think we need to not make it impossible for Aboriginal people to profit off their own culture, because if they don't, somebody else is going to. And we've only got to
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've only got to look at Alice Springs Resort to know that.
Thanks, Senator Cox. I'm going to wrap you up there. And I'm going to go to Ms. Chaney.
Thank you very much, Chair. A lot of the challenges that you've talked about sound like they are broad small business challenges anyway. I'm really interested in your views on, what are the specific barriers, or are there, if so, what are the specific barriers for First Nations people in starting businesses that are different to the broad challenges of starting a small business?
Okay. I think that is where the businesses that operate under procurement policies come into play. So if you're a business, and by that I mean we're trying to get supply chain, right? So businesses that are trying to enter into larger supply chains, there is absolutely unconscious bias that exists, and I have witnessed it firsthand. I have heard tier one contractors say things like, "But we used an Aboriginal business once and they let us down." And I'm like, so you've never had any other business in all of your operations on these major projects? And we know builders go bankrupt all the time. You see it on the news all the time. Developers go bankrupt all the time. And yet you don't go, "Oh, well, sorry, we're not going to engage one of those white fella businesses anymore," or "We're not going to engage," yet I feel like there is when it's an Aboriginal business, it's automatically this collective, and it's like one bad, all bad. So that's a massive barrier to me. It is the absolute, again, come back to unconscious or conscious bias that exists within larger supply chains, in that Aboriginal businesses are less than.
Mm. And you talked about procurement, and obviously there are in certain areas there are procurement policies that are specifically looking for Aboriginal businesses to take up some of those opportunities. Yep. One of the things you said that I thought was worth understanding more about, that you were saying, it's a problem if things are driven by procurement policies. Like, there's a procurement policy, we've got to, find or be part of this opportunity, rather than identifying firstly what's the business based on the need in the market. Does the creation of these procurement policies that seeks Aboriginal businesses, does that create a different set of challenges for Aboriginal businesses as well as opportunities?
I think it does. Look, it's definitely an opportunity. There's no two ways about it, because if the tier one companies or big corporates or whoever it is that is bound by these policies, primarily they are the project leads that are delivering on government projects. And so I believe that wherever there is a procurement or any sort of policy, it is to drive societal changes, right? That's what policy does. It changes behaviours. That's the pure purpose of a policy. So I think what it does is it opens the door and it creates an opportunity for tier ones to kind of go, we have to do this. Like, we have to do this. We have to give these guys a shot, whether we like it or not. And I've seen where that has happened, and it happens all the time, and it's been happening for the last decade. But I have seen, probably only in the last 18 months actually, where it's now becoming, the policies aren't the reason why they're doing it anymore. The policy, which is the behavioural change. These companies are doing it because it's simply the right thing to do, and because they've built great relationships with great Aboriginal businesses. And so that, to me, is a bonus, and that is what a policy is intended to do. What I think it does is it can set unrealistic expectations around the power of the policy. So I think it can give false hope if we're constantly talking about that tier ones have a mandatory target for 3% engagement. I think what can happen is that some businesses then think their competitive advantage is being an Aboriginal business rather than being the best business for the job.
Mm.
And so if you can, and that, I'm not saying that happens often, I would probably say, if I was to give a guess, maybe up to 20% of the time what I see, like, you know, most of our businesses are brilliant businesses and they are the best, and, you know, and they're, when you get into the end of it, it's like, well, what's the swaying factor? And it can be they are an Aboriginal business because there is a procurement policy. So it is a part of their competitive advantage, but it shouldn't be the sole part. Like their only unique selling proposition should not only be that they are an Aboriginal business. So I think that's number one. I think the other part of that is that the policies are really hard to implement when there is no training or support for the businesses that are bound by the policy. And I find that is the biggest challenge, is that you have a policy and there are certain people within organisations that know this policy exists, but the people that are doing the procuring don't understand it properly or don't know where to look or don't know how to do it, or they do it wrong. And that's at all levels. To me, particularly in government, anyone with a corporate card should be bound by that policy, and yet there's no training. I worked for government. I had a corporate card. I had my manager once, we were doing a project for Aboriginal businesses and we wanted to engage a filmmaker. We were looking to do a project, and I said, we should go directly to Aboriginal businesses. And she said, no, we've got to go through the tender process. I said, because over $50,000, this was many years ago. And I said, no, we don't. You can directly procure the services of Aboriginal businesses up to $80,000. We had a budget of $75,000, so it was well within that budget. She's like, no. So she had no idea, yet she had procurement power of a $100,000 delegation. So I believe it opens a new set of challenges in that for them to be successful, there needs to be training both within government organisations across all levels, but also within the industry, within industry as well, so that everyone that has a responsibility in that decision-making is aware of the policy, but more importantly, how to implement it successfully.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And so apart from unconscious bias, are there any other specific challenges that Aboriginal businesses face that you think are not faced by, broader small businesses?
This is where I guess the access to capital come into it, because it's really hard to grow a business without wealth and the lack of intergenerational wealth. So I think when you are looking to scale,
equity.
So it's the ability to scale, and to scale probably quicker than most, or to get access to large amounts of capital. That to me is the biggest, that's a barrier for bigger businesses. So if you do get, if there is, and again, this is related to procurement, like the issues with procurement policies is that, I've seen Aboriginal businesses that have gone under, they've been given the opportunity and then cash flow lets them down, but they didn't have access to the capital to kind of finance the project and that sort of stuff. And that's because, we've got lower home ownership rates, and so the director guarantees don't hold as much weight if there's no home ownership or no kind of personal guarantee on any.
So just to clarify that, so it's access to equity capital more than debt, you're saying?
I'm talking debt capital. So even the debt capital, so access to any sort of debt capital, as, my partner and I also run a business. I'm not a shareholder, he is, but, for us to get a finance on quite a small loan, we had to have director guarantees, and our house was put up as security, for a director guarantee. And that's quite normal in small business. But I think when you look at that, a lot of Aboriginal people don't, their home ownership isn't as common. It's not. And so where's the security for these director loans coming from? And if you don't have security for director loans, then it's harder to access capital.
Yeah, okay. So access to debt because of the lack of security, assets to use as security.
Yeah, so it stilts that, I guess, the rapid growth that can be required to then leverage the opportunities under a procurement policy.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chaney. That's all we have time for. That is all the time we have for questions today. I'll get it out in a minute. But I want to Thank you for appearing before the committee today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please provide it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representative, I should say. I think we've got one person online. You can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. From First Australians Capital to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thanks, Senator Stewart. My name's Jocelyn King and I am the Executive Chair of First Australians Capital.
Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions.
Thanks again, Senator Stewart and members of the committee. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm meeting with you on Awabakal country today and pay my respects to Elders past and present, and thank the committee for asking me to speak on behalf of First Australians Capital. As I said before, my name's Jocelyn King, a Bundjalung woman born on Gadigal lands and Wallumbilla by law. I'm also one of 3 Aboriginal co-founders of First Australians Capital, the inaugural CEO and the current Executive Chair of the board. I'm also an entrepreneur, having started my own business in 2006, consulting with Indigenous organisations, government and mainstream corporate Australia. And I was a founding supplier of Supply Nation and have experienced firsthand the barriers to economic participation by Aboriginal people. I've also worked within the last 2 years for mainstream finance sector, and I've observed again the challenges that First Nations people face in taking advantage of economic opportunities from almost every angle. As a member of the FAC board and now as the chair, I've participated in some global forums seeking to understand the ways to disrupt the ongoing effects of colonialism and develop systems to support Indigenous people to control their own economic futures. The current approach in Australia is not working. The evidence base is clear, and lasting change will only occur when solutions are designed with and for and led by Indigenous peoples. FAC is committed to practical evidence-based solutions that we know have worked, and we've demonstrated that they work. And our submission to this committee focused on 3 areas. Number 1, the circumstances underpinning the lack of economic participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Number 2, the opportunity to build a First Nations-led economic or economy, and also the solutions to enable change within that economy. First Australians Capital was sort of founded with that vision to create a new economy driven by First Nations people, and we really believe that access to capital will help fill a huge gap in the Australian business landscape. We recently launched an impact investment fund with a number of major Australian and international impact investors. And we're also working in partnership with 2 state governments, Victoria and Queensland, to manage investments into First Nations businesses. And over the past 5 years, we've worked with over 800 Indigenous businesses around Australia and made over 90 investments. But more definitely needs to be done. Systems need to change and they won't change themselves. We believe it will take a coalition of government, First Nations organisations and corporate investors to work together to eliminate the systemic inequities that are baked into the Australian economic landscape. 75% of Indigenous people report a struggle to access finance, and 48% of Indigenous Australians report financial stress, perceived or exaggerated risk. These are not small numbers. In contrast to other industry initiatives, capital intended for Indigenous economic development is currently managed by government statutory authorities, and governments typically have a different risk appetite due to their public profile and public accountability requirements. And where governments invest in other sectors, it's usually to leverage industry experience with industry partners. For example, the export finance through EFIC, investment into environmental or tech startups, or even the Small Business Growth Fund. And those industry vehicles typically manage diversified investment portfolios, spreading risk across assets with a specialised knowledge of their sectors to do so. But Australia's current investment into Indigenous economic development doesn't provide an appropriate environment, with little incentive and no legal compulsion for finance systems to engage with the Indigenous business sector. First Australians Capital is a member of the newly formed First Nations Economic Empowerment Alliance, led by ANU's First Nations portfolio, which also seeks to see more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities financially prosper by changing how communities work with government and private companies. Despite some major banks having written commitments to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and FPIC in their reconciliation action plans, human rights position statements and ESG commitments, there is a large say-do gap. To effectively complete and continue FPIC would require recognised First Nations governing structures, and from a process perspective, this means that banks have to rely on institutional borrowers to make their own declarations that they have the free, prior and informed consent of traditional owners, and the finance system also lacks the ability to revoke funding if FPIC is withdrawn in the life of a project. And we saw that with Juukan Gorge. Canada, on the other hand, is a great example of how UNDRIP has been adopted and legislated, and the impact that has had on Indigenous economic development, particularly access to finance. The turnaround has been significant. I've personally had the opportunity to meet with Canadian First Nations people to discuss the pathways they took to addressing this historical exclusion. And the Centre for First Nations Governance has been leading the way in educating First Nations people in Canada on how to establish those self-governance bodies outside of the Indian Act. And then the First Nations Financial Management Act, established in Canada, provided that legislative framework for the establishment of Indigenous finance institutions that could finance their own community enterprises. And we now see First Nations people on the boards of Canada's major banks, and the First Nations communities are equity holders in projects on their own land. In the US, they've approached this in a different way. Financial institutions are mandated to contribute to accessible finance to marginalised communities through the Community Development Financial Institution Program. And importantly, this is recognised and has not expected mainstream banks to have the expertise to lend in this way. And I think that's a major point here in Australia. Instead, those community-led initiatives are supported to provide this finance and facilitated through a network of CDFIs who bank minority and other local community bank initiatives across the US. It includes women, Hispanic, First Nations businesses. They are specialised with working with that local community. On an individual level, First Nations people in Australia struggle to access business lending because they're assessed against that non-Indigenous due diligence process known as the 6 Cs of credit, which I outlined in FAC's submission. And none of these are achievable for First Nations people. Another systemic factor is the structure of Indigenous title. Although 57% of Australia is under some form of Indigenous tenure, First Nations people cannot borrow against this land to set up businesses, to build housing. Any form of economic development is unachievable. And in fact, that land effectively then sits as a liability on their balance sheet because it's an unleveraged asset and it costs money to maintain, but you can't borrow money to do that maintenance. And so where ILUAs or benefit sharing agreements do exist, Indigenous people are also restricted by PBCs and trusts from then investing that money in their own communities and their own small businesses. So at every level, there's that systemic exclusion. So what are the solutions to some of these inequitable structures and systems? First of all, First Nations people need access to the right capital at the right time. And First Nations women need different models of capital to First Nations men, and particularly where business is a mechanism to address a lack of economic opportunities or employment opportunities in their local community, or where there's limited childcare and higher rates of family violence and intergenerational trauma. FAC has a track record of providing this capital and the ability to scale. And some of the businesses that we've supported include Beverages, Nagali Fashion, Aboriginal Sustainable Homes and Gulwa Pippies. We've recently launched a Catalytic Impact Fund, which is an $18 million debt fund to provide patient capital loans to First Nations impact businesses who cannot access finance from mainstream lenders. And by working with Indigenous businesses in their early stages, they can build the track record required to access mainstream lending and investment to grow. But $18 million is not a lot of money. In conclusion, and thank you for giving me the time to do an opening address, I'd like to propose some systemic changes that will eliminate some of the inequitable systems and empower First Nations-led economic participation. Number one, we certainly need changes to the Native Title Act to allow economic inclusion through the leverage of land assets. Number two, the Australian government should legislate UNDRIP, including FPIC, to ensure that the banks and investors can accurately due diligence deals and lend without that additional risk, and also to keep them honest, really. The finance sector needs the guardrails of governance to mobilise capital, ensuring they do the right thing and they're held to account around that FPIC accountability. And three, the government could assist capital flow to impact initiatives through legislation that enables the superannuation industry to invest in Indigenous ventures. So the total value of Australian superannuation is currently approximately $3.5 trillion. Imagine how fast we could close the gap if just 3% of that was invested into Indigenous-led funds. We have significant opportunities to leverage corporate Commonwealth funding entities such as the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation and the National Reconstruction Fund. And again, by showcasing those opportunities and mandating that they put a certain portion of those funds into Indigenous-led funds, it means that businesses will have access to capital that they need at the right time. We certainly need investment in capability programs, especially at the local level. But again, finally, government could invest in Indigenous-led finance companies like FAC's Catalytic Impact Fund to provide that market-building concessional finance as a runway into the mainstream economy. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. King. I will go to Senator Ghosh first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Ms. King. Can I ask, in relation to the issue of lending criteria and as they apply to Indigenous or First Nations businesses, do you think the important thing here is to, or which would you prioritise, changing those criteria from a financial institution perspective or supporting First Nations businesses in terms of their ability to meet some or all of those criteria?
I actually think it's both concurrently. I think the systems need to be changed because it's very difficult for, to do the capacity building work with Indigenous business when we're such a small number in the community coming up against such large systems. So I think we do have to do both. But again, the Australian finance sector doesn't do startup funding generally. It's hard for anybody to go and get a startup loan, right? So that system itself is excluding a lot of people. But again, without that family and friends lending environment, without a mortgage or a house to use as security, that makes that barrier even harder. And again, if you layer that on top of, if you're a local land council member or if you're a very active Aboriginal community member who has rights and responsibilities over land, then in fact, that is seen, if you're as director, a listed director on those companies, it's seen as a liability. So again, when lenders are doing that due diligence and they see that you're a director, it's an additional risk factor that they just can't overlook.
What are the ways we can support First Nations businesses to meet those lending criteria, to discuss an aspect of that?
I think that's where intermediaries are so important. I think that's why having intermediaries like FAC are the change that's needed right now. If we attempt to change the finance sector to fit the needs, then it's a very big ship to turn around. intermediaries actually can play that role. And if government and corporates can invest in Indigenous-led intermediaries who are able to tailor, the due diligence processes to democratise capital, then it's a really good solution to, getting a trading history so that you can access mainstream finance.
In relation to that say-do gap that you referred to earlier, do you see a role for financial institutions in financial literacy improvement and capacity building in Indigenous communities, first? And then second, what are the ways to encourage or insist on that occurring, particularly in regional areas? In my very limited experience in regional Western Australia, there's often a fairly significant gap between financial literacy and the sort of financial and business capacity education that's provided to people in regional areas versus metropolitan areas.
Yeah, I think there's probably two separate answers to those questions. The first being the say-do gap is that, as I said, like all major lenders, and in fact a lot of the investors also have the same thing. They have their human rights position statements, they have ESG statements, and then they have reconciliation action plans. And they all write in there that they undertake FPIC before they actually lend to large corporates. But the reality is that the process is that if a large company comes to the bank and says, I want to borrow $60 million to open this mine in such and such community, the bank says, do you have the free, prior and informed consent of the traditional owners? And the answer is invariably yes, but there's no way to check that that's actually occurred. So there's no check and balance. It's totally reliant on the borrower to actually report that. And the second thing being that FPIC itself it's a collective right, it's not an individual right. So how can you assure yourself that you have the collective approval of the community, not just one traditional owner? So again, there's no mechanism without any bodies, resourced bodies to be those elected representatives or self-governed bodies. You can't assure yourself that FPIC has been obtained and maintained, and that puts significant risk on the bank as well from a human rights perspective. And the second thing around financial literacy, I would 100% agree that there is a need, and it should be mandated that financial literacy occurs. But I think we have to be quite specific about it being Indigenous-led, because the financial literacy training that I've seen rolled out by non-Indigenous organisations is basic budgeting. And that is not the financial literacy that communities need to engage in economies. They need education around finance and how finance works. They need legal education around structures and IP. So I think when you do mandate it for corporates to do financial literacy training, they just generally go for the lowest common denominator.
One of the things you identified in relation to changes needed to the Native Title Act or the relevant legislative framework was the need to be able to, or the ability to borrow as against traditionally owned lands. Are there any other changes to the Native Title Act or related legislation that you think would enable greater economic participation among First Nations groups?
Yes, and I'm speaking as a non-lawyer, just as an Aboriginal woman in business who's worked with communities going, we can't use our land. So I would defer to experts in the legal field around the native title changes, but I think particularly in the finance sector, the Banking Act and things like that, there has to be some legislation that compels investors, the finance system more broadly, to engage with Indigenous-led funds. I think we have to be able to put that framework around. And I think that changes to the Banking Act could do that.
This is not an area I have expertise, but one of the issues you raised was around lending against First Nations or traditionally owned lands.
Yep.
Is there a concern in relation to that form of lending, at least in a more conventional framework, that it would put ownership of the lands at risk? Or how do you deal with the security or collateral question, essentially?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, yes, there's always going to be a concern. I think the word inalienable in the Native Title Act makes it prohibitive for banks and investors to use it as leverage. But that doesn't mean that First Nations bodies themselves can't make self-determined risk assessments around whether they're willing to do that. I think when the assessment is taken out of their hands, that's when it becomes a problem. In Canada, again, I can give you a good example where banks have been able to lend to effectively the equivalent of PBCs in Canada with a guarantee from the community rather than the land itself. So there are lots of different ways that it can be done. Also through lease agreements. At the moment, the Native Title Act doesn't allow lease agreements for economic opportunities. And so, I mean, the whole of, as I've been told, the whole of the City of London is a lease from the Earl of Westminster. So if it can be done in the Westminster framework, there's got to be a way that we can change what we're doing here, because at the moment what we're seeing is actually structural racism. It's economic exclusion.
Can I elaborate on that a little? Can I ask you to elaborate on that a little bit? Is in your experience there a sense of higher risk allocations or assessments tacitly applied to Indigenous businesses by financial institutions?
100%.
One of the things you referred to in your opening statement was the presence of First Nations peoples on Canadian financial institutions boards.
Yes.
How does the Canadian experience compare to the Australian one? And do you think there's value in having First Nations people in established financial institutions boards for that purpose?
Yes, I do. So the value has been recognised in Canada from a few different ways. And that is that, the statistics around 40% of the land that we need in Australia to get to net zero is Indigenous lands. Then having a seat at the board table helps those boards make, good strategy and risk discussions based on realities. You're speaking to people with that lived experience and that connection to that community versus, oh my God, we don't want to be the bank to take away the lands again. So there's, it's the dialogue that occurs. It's the relationship building that occurs as well. And again, Canada's similar but different, right? I mean, they have treaties and they've legislated UNDRIP. We don't have either of those as yet. We're working on it, I know, but we don't have them yet. But I think that having Aboriginal people on the boards of those companies means that we can actually then include that 57% of the landmass that's currently not economically available. And that's a huge opportunity for us, for all of Australia, not just for First Nations people.
Last question, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. In your submission, you noted that the First Nations business sector has grown by at least 47% between 2016 and 2021, and that's somewhere between around 15 and 17,500 businesses. In terms of your experience or what you're seeing, is that driving greater economic participation among First Nations people in Australia? And do you see a trajectory or a potential improvement in some of the issues or limited intergenerational wealth kind of existence among First Nations families?
I definitely see a benefit, particularly from, the establishment of Supply Nation, the Indigenous procurement policy, which came out of the Open for Business report after the previous Senate inquiry into investing in Indigenous enterprises. So I do think that this forum is a great and very powerful tool for change, and I do see better economic inclusion from those things. But like everything, there's continuous improvement required. And I think that the biggest barrier at the moment is access to appropriate capital. And I think that we just need government to lean in here and help encourage the broader investment into Indigenous-led funds.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Ms Chaney.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some overlapping questions, but I'll try and work through them. I'm interested in that idea of the inalien, trying to use native title land as collateral when, by definition, it must be at risk in order for it to be meaningful collateral. Yeah. I'm really interested in how we see that. So obviously, if it is inalienable, that by definition sounds like it doesn't work. You gave an example in Canada where there is a guarantee from the community, not from the land itself. What does that look like? And does that actually mean that you're using the land for collateral? Is that a change to native title laws, or is that a completely different type of a construct?
I think it's again a bit of both. I think if we look at the Native Title Act, it does need updating to be able to, encourage economic participation. And whether that be through lease agreements, and yes, it might put the land at risk, but at the same time, is it also fair to, use native title lands as part of our net zero commitments and also then exclude Aboriginal people from the benefits that will come from that? So I probably look at it in a slightly different way to the purely legal way. And in terms of the Canadian experience, for example, those PBCs in Canada, those large nations in Canada, have their own, economic bases. And so banks are willing to look at the community or the nation lend versus the land lend. So again, how does government in Australia de-risk these things for First Nations people without putting the land at risk? But it shouldn't just be a risk lens. Do you know what I mean? There's got to be a reward lens as well. And I think that the risk lens is quite heavily lent on, rather than really thinking about, well, what is the benefit here and who's currently being excluded?
And I suppose that risk lens probably does come from a fear of repeating past mistakes.
Yes.
Through different constructs. You mentioned that superannuation companies. I was interested, what barriers are there to superannuation companies investing in Indigenous business ventures now?
Yeah, so I think it comes back to that risk framework and the inherent, structural racism that is seen by that whole thing of, that Aboriginal businesses are too risky. And I don't know where that comes from, given that we have grown so much in the last few years with those enablers that have been in place. We know that we have a 98% success rate as compared to 50% of non-Indigenous businesses. But this inherent racism still exists.
A 98% success rate compared to 50%. How can that be right? That seems implausible to me.
Come and talk to our businesses.
But tell me, why do you think that would be true?
I think that, Aboriginal people have fought so hard to be able to participate that we're really tenacious. We just hold on probably a lot longer than a lot of people would do. We just battle through it. We're quite resilient.
I still find that number really hard to. Is that driven by procurement policies as well? Are there other structural things that are changing? That shift those numbers.
Definitely. Look, I definitely think that procurement has helped. The IPP has been an enormous enabler, but it's not the only enabler. And in fact, at the moment, that access to capital is limiting the engagement with the IPP, because how can a small business fit into a large supply chain easily?
Sorry,
that's okay.
And so in terms of barriers to superannuation investing, that's unconscious bias is the barrier, rather than there being any actual structural barriers.
I think there are some structural barriers, and I think it's probably written into some of the. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so take this out. How in the conversations that I've had with superannuation funds, they always go through to their, their governing structures and their risk appetite statements is what's prohibitive at the moment.
Yeah, so they probably generally don't tax small business. Yeah. Your point about, if governments are overseeing some of the funding to go into economic empowerment and they generally have a lower risk appetite, then there may be some benefits in using intermediaries to shift that risk appetite. Can you talk more about what those models look like?
Yeah, certainly. So, for example, let's just use Indigenous Business Australia as an example. The legislation is the ATSIC Act. So there's some specific wording in that act about low risk tolerances, that you've got to drive that. So if IBA could invest in First Australians capital, our risk appetite statements are very different. We lend with an impact lens first, and we lend with an Indigenous lens second, or first and second, Indigenous first, impact first. And so it's a different lens, and they are investments.
And so, and what are the returns? How do the returns compare then?
Oh, look, they're quite good actually. We have been running a bit of a pilot fund for the last few years, and the returns are very good. I don't have the number right in front of me right now, but I'd be happy to share that with you separately. I'll email it through. But again, deliberately, our catalytic impact fund, which is really designed for those early stage businesses, like I said, that even mainstream doesn't do particularly well. We've made very low promises to investors of 1.5 or 1.7% in investment returns over the 10-year life. We're pretty confident that we're going to over-deliver on that, but we wanted to be really clear with the market that this is a catalytic change process.
Mm. So this is an impact investment fund, so it's not aiming to get commercial returns, it's aiming to deliver social as well as some economic returns.
Absolutely.
And I suppose my other question is, how much of an appetite is there? So I know the impact investing, is there a significant untapped market there?
No. And that's why we need government, again, to lean in, because I think impact investing is a new market in itself. And when we speak to impact investors, we hear that they want the social and the environmental impacts 100%, but they also want the commercial returns at the same rate. Yeah. And that's not always possible if you're trying to change systems. So we do need that, that government, that philanthropic, that corporate collective to actually show the way.
And one of the challenges I've had in the past with impact investment funds is the transaction costs of setting them up, which then mean that they're only worth doing if they're really massive. Are there ways that you think government could be facilitating impact investment funds in a lower cost way to make them more feasible, rather than just as a pilot project but on a scaled basis?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the Indigenous finance institutions in Canada show how that works, where they've got a bigger fund that manages the money coming in, and then they lend that out to the local organisations to keep the cost of the transaction down. So again, I'd be happy to share anything that we've got on those sort of that iffy structure.
And so is that, does that mean the government, so the bigger funds come in from private sector or impact investors as well as government?
Yep.
And then they lend to small intermediaries who make those decisions with possibly a higher risk profile, but also.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that would be an interesting model for us to look at in terms of providing access to capital while tapping into impact investing at a scale that's actually feasible. Yeah, okay. And then a slightly uncomfortable question, my last one. One of the possible impacts of procurement policies, and we heard from our previous witness that sometimes the business gets started because of a procurement policy rather than because there is a need in the market. Now, arguably, a procurement policy is a need in the market. But do you think that there is some negative impact of those procurement policies in that it's creating businesses that are not actually sustainable and not meeting an ongoing need in the market? Or is that a small price to pay for the structural shift?
Look, I think that I've got a slightly different perspective on that. I think that the Indigenous procurement policy has been a good enabler, getting people into the market. But certainly when we're coaching businesses and we're working with businesses, we're encouraging them to just be really great businesses, right? Because if the procurement policy is taken away, then where will they be if they're not, a strong business? So use it as a runway. And the second thing I say to people is diversify, because you can use the opportunities and diversify your business. Because if you're an Indigenous business and you've been built largely on securing contracts through the IPP, there's a very limited pool of buyers to exit that business. So you've got to, again, there needs to be that capacity building around how do you scale and diversify so that you reduce your risk and enable you to exit the business at some stage.
Yeah, okay. So it's not a it's an enabler.
Yes.
But from what you're saying, Indigenous businesses, based on the success rates that you told me, diversifying beyond that and not relying entirely on the procurement policy.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. On that 98% success rate, any information you can provide on that on notice would be really useful too, I think.
Yeah,
just understanding
certainly.
how you're defining success, what the scope of that data point is would be really useful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Chair, that's all from me.
Chair, I think you're going to go to me. I'm going to jump in unless you tell me otherwise. All right. Thank you very much for your evidence, Ms. King. I want to go back to the social impact bonds. And I realise you keep saying you're not a lawyer, but you've obviously got great experience in terms of that collective and dealing with capital. So could you tell me a bit more about the Canadian model? So that where there's collective ownership of the land or even the corporation, I guess, but of the land, and then how do we translate that into profits, shall we say, for the mob, and how does that mob then pass that on to their children, which is the second part of the question I'll ask after you go to the first. So social impact bonds, how are they doing it around the world, and what can we learn from?
Yeah, look, to be honest, again, I don't have a lot of experience in the social impact bonds internationally, but I've certainly tried to encourage them over here with limited success. I just don't think, again, we do it very well. But there is an opportunity to pay for outcomes, right? That's the whole purpose of social impact bonds. From the Canadian model, can I take that question on notice? Because I would like to send you some more detail about that that goes into those specific examples.
Okay, well, before I come to the making my children richer by giving them stuff model, you know that theory that many if you can't inherit a start from your parents, you're always starting with behind the line, so to speak.
Yes.
But I wanted to go to, can you talk generally about any renewable energy enterprises or where mob has benefited from renewable energy? You don't have to name names, but if you can talk generally or specifically, tell us how it's gone.
Yeah, and again, I can talk here from the Canadian experience more than the Australian experience. There's been very limited in Australia, but in Canada, we've seen massive investment in green projects led by First Nations people.
Could you tell us, was it hydro or sun or wind or something else?
There's been quite a lot, actually, and the First Nations Major Projects Coalition is a not-for-profit in Canada that has an annual conference and talks all about this, and I was very fortunate to go along the year before last and hear some of those examples.
So would that be the body corporate, whatever it is?
Well, this is actually just just a not-for-profit that represents all of those sort of body corporates.
Oh no, I mean, so at the conference, were we hearing from the body corporate, whatever it is, the Canadian version of a land council or a tribe or whatever,
yes,
who
definitely.
then said, what we're going to do, we're going to go into solar, wind or hydro and collectivise the profits.
Yes, absolutely.
And so the capital, the Canadian version of First Australians Capital or private capital for that matter, but big banks will say, "Yeah, give me some of that. I'll put in there and get both a social return and an actual return."
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I know it's hard to compare the.
Yeah, it is hard.
Okay. So you can't give me any Australian examples as yet of people of mob going into renewables.
It's early days. There are examples, but I think again people like the National Native Title Council and the First Nations Clean Energy Network would be better placed to speak on that than I am, because we largely deal with small Indigenous businesses versus nation-sized businesses.
Okay, and would you like to make any comment generally, he says, waiting for his chair to reappear, about the problem of inheriting, my mother's house, my father's house, if I'm living collectively?
I think that there's different levels of that. So, for example, our low home ownership rates make it difficult to start businesses.
Because I can't mortgage the house I'm living in to pay for my backhoe that I'm using to start my landscaping business. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And again, community housing is heavily reliant on government investment, because you can't borrow to build community housing, even though it's quite a sustainable model of housing development.
Yeah, okay. And it's hard to have an economically sustainable community if you don't have the very platform to get through the door.
That's right.
So it's the collective. The collective support becomes both a ceiling and a very a useful floor, but a very quick ceiling.
Absolutely. That's how I'd put it. That's a good way to put it.
Okay. And I just want to go back to that inalienable, and I know that Ms. Chaney touched on this as well. So the mechanism, the native title ruling says mob has this collective ownership, or this is the native title right. So you're saying capital, small c capital, is wary of such things. That it's not part of their model. We want to negotiate with Graham Perrott. We don't negotiate with his the collective Perrott family. God
That's
forbid.
right.
Yeah. Okay. And so, have you seen any good examples where it has been able to be?
Not really. It's really tough.
So, the ACT is owned by the Commonwealth. So everyone that buys a house there has a 99-year lease with the ACT. So there haven't been that sort of mechanism, the 70, 80-year lease type arrangements, or?
Look, to my knowledge, and again, speaking as a non-lawyer, my understanding is that the Act doesn't allow any rights to economic participation. It's literally just cultural rights.
Cultural rights. I think in the intro, or I read that you deal with mainly Queensland and New South Wales. Is that right?
No, we're a national organisation, but we've been working for the last couple of years with state governments in Queensland and South Australia, Queensland and Victoria, around supporting Indigenous businesses in their states.
Okay, I just want to...
Last question, Mr. Perrott.
But good to hear from you, Chair. As a Queenslander, the deed of grant in trust land, so those collective communities, the Aboriginal areas. Have you dealt with any of those in terms of them dealing with that? Okay, all right.
Not me personally, no. Not FSAC, certainly.
Okay, because it's just another type of land title. All right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. King, for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which you have, and you've also offered to provide additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. I now welcome the representatives of the Business Council for Sustainable Development to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Susan Moylan Coombs, and I'm a member of the board for the Business Council Sustainable Development Australia.
Excellent.
You're on mute, Andrew.
Oh.
There's a rookie mistake, if ever there was one.
I've already made it a couple of times today, so you're fine.
I'm in good company. Andrew Peterson, and I'm the CEO of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia and also a director of BCSD Australia.
Excellent. So I don't have the full, I never all at one time have the full view of who's on screen. So sorry, I didn't quite see you there until you took yourself off mute. But I've got a little spiel to get through before we can get to the discussions. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to some questions and discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to start by saying Warami, Nagar Susan, Nagar Grinji Wawunga, Gumada Bianga, Gumada Waranga, Madamarong Tianaga Aniga, Madamarong Balia, Gimarago Guripemo. So I said, hello, I'm Susan, I'm Grinji Wawunga. It's a matter of honour and deep respect that I seek permission of the male spirits and the female spirits of country to speak today on the lands of the Gimaragal. And I acknowledge other First Nations people online and acknowledge all the different nations from which you find yourselves on today. My name is Susan Moylan-Coombs, originally Susan Calmer, and on behalf of the CEO, board and members of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia, I thank the committee for this opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here not only as a director of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia, but also as a contemporary cultural voice, a voice representing Indigenous perspectives through the lens of business, design, diversity, family and heritage. Born on Larrakia country, Darwin, and profoundly impacted by the historical shifts of the time of the 67 referendum, I experienced the deep ramifications of being forcibly removed, today known as the stolen generations. I was adopted by the Coombs family, who supported me in a household that celebrated my Indigenous heritage, led by my grandfather, Dr. Herbert Coles Nugget Coombs. My professional journey in broadcasting began with an internship at the ABC, where I eventually ascended to executive roles, the executive producer of ABC's Indigenous Programs Unit, and then head of production, NITV, a division of SBS. I later established the Gimaragal Group to foster cultural competency across various sectors, and today a proud member of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia, BCSDA. My career is punctuated by significant contribution to Indigenous broadcasting, from directing the historic Paul Keating Redfern Park speech to executive producing the live broadcast of the National Apology to the Stolen Generations. Today, I bring my lived experience and professional insights to this inquiry, advocating for sustainable practices that recognise the rights and authority of First Nations people. Added to this, I want to share with you the insights of the Business Council for Sustainable Development and its focus on businesses actively addressing inequality, namely that it is crucial to acknowledge the special role that economic frameworks play in supporting First Nations people in Australia. The transformative potential when businesses not only commit to, but also act on the principles of equity and inclusion can be profound and transformative. By integrating Indigenous perspectives and practices into a business model, we can foster a more equitable economic environment. This commitment aligns with BCSDA's mission to drive sustainable business practices that respect and enhance the rights and opportunities of First Nations people. Our strategic approach not only acknowledges but prioritises the unique contribution of Indigenous knowledge and leadership in crafting economic policies that serve not only as a foundation for growth, but also as a bridge to greater social justice and economic parity. Our submission focuses on 4 vital areas for fostering economic self-determination among First Nations people in Australia. 1, enhanced access to education and training. We must bridge the gap in educational attainment and vocational training to empower Indigenous people and communities. Also recognise and respect Aboriginal educational structures and systems to build cultural capacity, identity and empowerment. The question is, what is meaningful employment and training, and from whose position are we viewing it? 2, entrepreneurial empowerment. Overcoming barriers to capital, networking and business knowledge is crucial for supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs. 3, infrastructure development. Building economic and social infrastructure that respects, recognises the unique difference and incorporates Indigenous needs and values is essential for long-term prosperity. And finally, 4, leveraging Indigenous intellectual property. Recognising and utilising the unique contribution of First Nations intellectual property can drive innovation and economic equity. So considering the transformative impact of fully recognising and integrating Indigenous potential, isn't it time we turn our commitments into action that not only respects but elevates First Nations peoples as equal partners in the economic landscape? How can businesses in Australia engage with and honour the traditional practices and perspectives of sovereign peoples without perpetuating colonial attitudes of exploitation? BCSDA believes there is both a moral imperative and a strategic opportunity in supporting the economic self-determination of First Nations people in Australia. BCSDA advocates for a strategic approach that aligns with global sustainability goals and recognises the unique rights as stated in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, and position Indigenous people as not just stakeholders but leaders and authorities in shaping a resilient economy for all. By embedding these initiatives into policy frameworks, businesses can unlock new markets, foster innovation and contribute to a robust, inclusive economy that has the potential to heal the past. Considering the depth of Indigenous culture and knowledge, how can society integrate these valuable insights to shape a future that is not only just fair and just, but also truly reflective of our shared values and aspirations? I look forward to a productive dialogue today and I'm eager to explore opportunities and collaborate on effective solutions for the challenges we face together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to some questions, and I'm going first to Mr. Perrott.
Sorry, Chair. Can we just go to someone else? I'm just dealing with something that has come up.
That's okay. We can go to Ms. Chaney.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much, Ms. Moreland-Coombs. I'm really interested in those 4 areas. The 4th one you talked about is leveraging Indigenous intellectual property, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on how we balance individual and collective rights in IP law in order to be able to leverage that IP.
Absolutely. I think that recognised difference between individual and collective rights is something that is a contemporary issue that we need to deal with within Australian law. And from our cultural perspective, in terms of our framework of law, LORE, that we did do things collectively. People certainly had their own roles to play within a community, within our society. But when we're looking today in the business sector and in Australian law, that there is that difference. So I know that you probably heard from Terry Janke this morning, and that this is her area of expertise. And I think that as BCSD Australia, these are things that, we hope to work collectively with other people to really find a solution to bridge the two worlds, because they are different. And one of the things in terms of how we move forward in the economic landscape to try and work out how we do that, where we are respected in terms of our collectivism, but that we can also look at now Indigenous entrepreneurs are entering the business sectors, and how do we do that to keep our cultural integrity, but also be able to work within the Western framework.
So if there's an individual who wants to use their stories and the collective is not happy with the way those stories are being used, how do you think that should be dealt with?
First and foremost, it would be dealt with the elders, and one would hope that permission was sought from the elders. And there are certainly people who can give that permission, and each nation, each community probably will have different ways in which they do that in the contemporary space. But given that the opportunities that are facing us as Indigenous entrepreneurs, and we start to step into these business realms and opportunities, that one would hope culturally you've done the right thing. And then it's the sorting out in the legal frameworks within the Western framework that we can operate in a way that keeps our cultural integrity, but also can step into opportunities in the business world. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but I suppose it's complicated. It's
very complicated.
We have to find ways of balancing these different things, and those solutions are not all on the table, really, are they? But it's the recognition that there is a balance required is a good starting point.
Yeah, but I also would. Sorry, I would also like to add that this is us as First Nations people stepping into a structure that has been built without us at the table. So our cultural context is having to find its way and keep our integrity within that context. So it's very different. It's very difficult for government to see that collective ownership when it's built on individual ownership.
Absolutely, yeah. And while also, I suppose, recognising individual First Nations people and not limiting their ability to pursue their own economic ends. And we heard from an earlier witness about an example where, in order to deliver tours, a person who was recognised as being an owner of that traditional knowledge, it took 2 years to actually get the permission to do that. So in balancing those, we have to also ensure that we're not creating additional burdens for First Nations people in using their knowledge.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. We'll move on. Talk to me a little bit more about the third thing that you identified, which is establishing the economic and social infrastructure, or developing social and economic infrastructure. What sorts of things have you got in mind in relation to addressing those barriers for economic participation?
So as a new member, as a director of the board of BCSDA, we are in early days in looking at all of these different elements. So unless Andrew would like to answer this one, I might take that on notice and come back to you about, what we're thinking of doing into the future. But, in terms of infrastructure development, again, it's really about what does that infrastructure look like? And for me, from a cultural perspective, first and foremost, you need to look at country. So position country first, and who is connected to that country, what community, what group, what nation is connected to that country, and all permissions need to be sought in terms of infrastructure projects, construction, whatever we're doing. So we need to build in a criteria that looks and positions country first. And then,
and did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
Just to build on that, and also your earlier question in relation to the challenge of IP, we've also made a submission in relation to the intellectual property rights inquiry as well. The legislation that's in draft at the moment. So we're more than happy to share that with the committee as well. In our submission, and picking up on my fellow colleague on the board, We are in early days because we are investigating the work of our fellow network partners in the WBCSD network in other countries to ascertain what is leading practice by business in relation to its engagement on these particular issues. So on the question of social infrastructure, some of the recommendations that we've made have borne out of the work that is being done in New Zealand, but also in Norway and our colleagues in the business group in Finland. And some of the interesting insights include community-led infrastructure projects, the work of green infrastructure and the involvement, and we know that the Australian government and the Parliament, for that matter, are conscious of the involvement of Indigenous communities in the work of greening our economy. And we think that that's important, not just in relation to, say, renewable energy, but also development of eco-friendly housing, for example, and the role of sustainable infrastructure, which has not yet been mapped so far as we can find in Australia. And yet there are some examples, both from Canada to a lesser extent in New Zealand, and also, if memory serves, in the United States, at a subnational level in relation to the use of green infrastructure and Indigenous engagement. I think we've already spoken to a certain extent about intellectual property, but the other obviously is that of increased investment around the role of private sector investment, not just government investment, in infrastructure projects, and what would be the key triggers for the role of the private sector in such investment to benefit and to have a primacy around the benefit of First Nations communities. And the one that we took was the model of the Walpiri Education and Training Trust, which has actually done some really interesting work around educational infrastructure in remote areas. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I'd love some more examples, perhaps to make it more real around what those community-led infrastructure projects are and what the role of the private sector could be.
If we could, we'll take that on notice, and we'll certainly dive deeper into our network in relation to projects that we're able to share with you. Thank you.
Great. Okay, no, that's good. I might leave it there for now and possibly come back with some additional questions afterwards if I think of some more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Cheney. Mr Perrott.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to the Indigenous entrepreneurship hubs. And could you just explain that a bit more, particularly with that, in that light of you saying that you want to put country first, and particularly for, let's say Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane mob that might not have an easy access to country. So how would these Indigenous entrepreneurship hubs work?
I think that entrepreneurship hubs and organisations that are there to support entrepreneurs, such as the Indigenous Chambers of Commerce and YAPA and entities such as those that have been set up. So whilst they might be built on country, there is certainly other infrastructure that's going into place and construction's going into place. So whilst it might be recognised that Gadigal people, might not have an easy access and be able to speak for country, it doesn't take away the fact that country is Gadigal country. We might know it, you might know it as Sydney, but we know it as Gadigal country. So it's really about how we can allow those different views and perspectives to come into play. Entrepreneurs that are saying that they are Gadigal, being able to elevate, support and empower them so they can, be prosperous into the future in terms of their business. And I think it's very difficult in 2024 with all the support that's coming from the Commonwealth and the different states and territories in relation to supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs in the IPP and the APP, and that's for New South Wales. How do we do that? That really recognises sometimes historical trauma, and people stepping into business, and it's still very early days. So, it's difficult to kind of give examples. We can only be aspirational and look to the future and work in partnership with different, whether it's corporates or government and different levels of government. But being able to have hubs that support entrepreneurs, I think, is vitally important to continue to support and fund so we can, as small Indigenous business owners and entrepreneurs, get to operate.
Okay. Your submission advocates for mandatory corporate inclusion policies. In light of the answer that you just gave, and using the Sydney, I suppose, can you share evidence on its benefits to Indigenous employment and economic empowerment in terms of mandatory corporate inclusion policies?
I might comment on that first and then ask Susan to reflect. So the experience of the role of the reconciliation plan in the Australian business community has been quite profound, in that it has been in place for some considerable time. It was there before the development of things like the Sustainable Development Goals, and it has been an important underpinning or framework of social inclusion by particularly ASX-listed companies, but increasingly right through their supply chain and increasingly through their value chain, as other parties, including the finance sector and others, also play a role. In terms of the mandatory nature of it, the reason for identifying that was the reflection of the increased awareness by business that this is a business risk, that the notion of inequality, whether it is in disability, whether it is for gender, or whether it is in this particular case, and this is our focus on Indigenous rights, needs and lends itself to a more comprehensive response, so that it is truly seen as and documented around, and then creates value from the necessary reporting of the inequality attached to by business. And I'm talking about business, I'm not talking about a country or a nation necessarily. And you're seeing that writ large at the moment in relation to the development of the task force on inclusivity and social impact, financial disclosure as a proxy for the development around value creation on social impact, of which Indigenous rights is going to be one of the key aspects. So we felt that was a moment in time to be talking about it as an important marker for leading business to show how it played a role in relation to this issue. Now, appreciate that it would be difficult because you've got to find the appropriate unit, measure or metric around the value attached to identifying inequality in relation to Indigenous rights. But so far as we're concerned, it is a challenge that's worth having at the moment. So it's very hard to point to anything at the moment other than the success of the role of reconciliation plans leading to better risk identification by business. But it is very much a work in progress by a limited number of companies in Australia, albeit quite effective at an ASX level. I'll hand over to Susan.
In terms of the success of reconciliation action plans and the corporates, that there is what I'm led to believe is that there is a lot of money that's unspent. So big companies will have a RAP plan, they'll be on a different level. They will have procurement policies, they will have employment targets, and generally they're not met. And in terms of procurement and that supply chain spend, there is a lot of money that's actually not making it out the door. So that also becomes an issue, because then Indigenous entrepreneurs don't actually access those funds, and those business connections are not being made. So, again, it's early days in terms of Indigenous entrepreneurship and the support by organisations, Supply Nation and all the Indigenous chambers and YAPA and things like that, that we are just finding our feet. And all of these opportunities are fantastic, And if we are looking at rights, then that's important that we can engage in the economy. We are just learning in terms of the business acronyms and how we engage in the economy in that way.
Okay, your submission recommends the introduction of innovative financing mechanisms such as social impact bonds. What role should the Commonwealth Government have in terms of bridging funding gaps and attracting investment in First Nations enterprises?
Andrew, I'll leave that one to you.
Gee, thanks. I think the answer is in the work that's being done at the moment by the Australian Sustainable Finance Initiative, that there is a role that is emerging in relation to both government but also private sector participation in relation to this issue. It is at very early stage. It's very hard to understand, I think, at this stage, what size of the prize it would look like into the future. And it is very hard to point to, and let's be honest here, it's very hard to point to external or overseas examples of this being done at a scale that business would find comforted to be involved in at the moment. But again, we put it in because we felt that it was important to raise it as an opportunity for exploration by both government and also business. And over to Susan for any reflection.
Oh, it would be a personal one and I might leave it.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Perrott. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to our witnesses today. Do you have any observations or insights about the extent to which black cladding, to use a colloquial term, occurs in procurement processes, and what are the best ways to stop that occurring?
Yes, I'm aware of black cladding, like I'm aware of green cladding. And it's, I think that it became present because, again, it's such a new way for us to be doing business. So we were engaging with and being supported by big companies or other entrepreneurs, and there was the requirement to now be 51% owned by the Indigenous director, which I think is really good. So it's a tricky situation and it is being highly scrutinised at the moment, and people are becoming much more aware that it's probably not great, but you know it was born out of the fact that we were being supported, Indigenous people were being supported by other business owners, and that there was joint ventures that were going on, which were then seen as companies that were black cladded. So now the tide is turning, people are much more aware of it, and Indigenous entrepreneurs are getting much more business savvy. So I think that it's got a focus put on it, and it will probably end up, being phased out, and that you'll have Indigenous business owners and entrepreneurs operating under their own esteem and agency. Did you want to say anything, Andrew?
No, I don't think I could add anything meaningful.
I was interested in the concept of Indigenous sovereign wealth funds and how you saw these being established, and if there were models from around the world that you were looking at that would provide a framework for, source of funds, profile of investments, and kind of nature of operation.
I'll kick off. Yes, we have looked at, again, through our business network, those who are, particularly in Finland, Norway and Sweden, that are looking for a very similar model, and Norway's own sovereign wealth fund is in one sense an exemplar of that, which is an interesting way to go. Not necessarily the right way to go, but certainly to look at the framework. The other was, I think it was a subnational government, and I can't remember which. I'll have to look at the submission again. I can't remember, but in the United States, there's been the use of or repurposing of the development of Indian reserves into sovereign wealth fund type models, such that they are better, in one sense, better controlled by the community rather than necessarily by elements of the community and turned into money-making ventures. So you've got both the aspiration, which I guess is a Nordic country aspiration in relation to the idea of the use of a sovereign of a wealth fund formation, and trying to address historical perverse outcomes in relation to investment by Indigenous communities. I'm not aware of, and we did look for some deep academic research into this idea and couldn't find anything of great worth or merit, but we felt that it was important to at least put the idea out there again in the submission as a response that business would feel and understand and respond to either through investment or through engagement. So we're more than happy to look further if we can find some other resources, but at the moment I think the submission to date identifies what we've found.
And I have no further comment, thank you.
Are you able to sort of give us your opinion based on your experience of the effectiveness of kind of the current government supports for First Nations businesses to operate and expand globally, and to the extent that there are gaps, where those gaps are?
I think that recognising that as businesses that are operating here on this continent and trying to be able to export a service or product, that again it's quite new, and there are markets for it. I don't know if I meant to say this, but I've recently been involved in the Australia-India Business Council and Department of DFAT, and how can we support Indigenous businesses from here to do business in India. And I know that there have been, I guess, a lot of my friends in business that are doing a lot overseas. So they're new markets, they're opening it up, and people, from my perspective, are finding their feet with that. So, you know, we're entrepreneurs on this land, and we're trying to be prosperous and to have, you know, longevity and sustainability here. And then there is a recognition that there is opportunity overseas, and being able to do trade with other Indigenous peoples globally is also on the cards as well. So I think that, you know, it's new and it's exciting, and there are opportunities into the future, which I think is a really good thing.
Just to build on that, it's an interesting area for business engagement, particularly in the area of climate change mitigation. So the work that has been done by historical governments and departments in relation to the development of Indigenous knowledge and management of land has been quite profound, to the extent that it is used quite openly as a starting point for a lot of other wildfire burning management applications. So I am aware of the direct understanding by particularly in the African nations of the use of Indigenous Northern Territory Indigenous savanna burning methodologies used. Now, is that turned into and made as a business? That's an interesting question, because the question really does then go to, well, where's the IP lie as a result of that particular knowledge? And there have been, I think, a lot of efforts by business to ensure that it is both documented, recognised, and wherever possible, properly monetised for the benefit of the community going forward. Is that something that could be done better? I think it could, because we're not leveraging the knowledge in a systemic way to show that there is a different way, particularly in relation to climate change adaptation and management, that could be beneficial to other landscapes that are not dissimilar to Australia's. And I'm thinking of particularly those in the MENA region, and Africa in particular have the same challenges. And yet we don't seem to have a means by which to identify that as an Indigenous Australian approach that is then exported around the world as a solution service to climate change. I think it's a missed opportunity.
Some of the evidence we heard earlier related to the lack of suitability of current intellectual property frameworks to deal with some of the First Nations intellectual property issues that emerge. I'm in my limited understanding of those frameworks in Australia, they are often focused around a form of individual or business style of ownership of the relevant intellectual property. That seems to present particular challenges where, for instance, part of the intellectual property is effectively a process or a depth of knowledge or practice that might be shared across multiple communities and indeed across multiple states. Have you had any thoughts or any kind of ideas or models of a framework that might appropriately be adopted to manage both or to give both the opportunity to Indigenous and First Nations businesses and individuals to utilise their intellectual property, but also ensure that there is some return to community or that that's shared equitably?
Susan, I'll start by identifying our submission again on the intellectual property rights legislation that's currently before government. We did, and I think it's true to say, what we did, we tossed around what looks like good models overseas and asked questions as to whether there was a synthesis around some of those ideas. And I'm just having a look at the protocols, ideas that we thought were relevant for looking at legal frameworks for communal ownership, the community-based management systems that could be better put in place, documentation and management, and protocols themselves for decision-making and benefit sharing were probably areas that, looking at leading practice overseas, were areas that could be explored and in some cases revisited through historical experience rather than necessarily looking at something brand new. And so more than happy to also provide a copy of that submission, but that probably speaks to the limits of my knowledge in that particular area, which I found quite valuable in doing the research for that particular submission. And I'll hand over to Susan.
Thank you. Look, I think it's a huge challenge given that, we are hundreds of First Nations peoples on this continent. And yes, there are cultural elements, stories, practices that might transition across a number of nations. So that poses a challenge in a Western legal framework around intellectual property and the notion of individual versus collective. And, we are the oldest living, surviving culture on the planet, and these practices have been in place for such a long time. And how can the Western legal structure catch up? Because this issue has been around for a long time. So there are many things that we can draw on and be able to, and I know you did speak to Terry Janke earlier today, so I would suggest she is the leading person in and around this with a lot of work that she is currently doing. But I think that business needs to get up to speed, given that there are reconciliation action plans, there are people who are doing business with those big corporates, and who shows up in relation to the Indigenous entrepreneur, and what cultural authority do they have? What stories are they holding? Who are they gaining those permissions from? And hopefully it's from elders that can, be able, or a number of elders or family members in a community that can sign off on that. The other point that I want to make really quickly is the fact that you've got young people entering business, and they may or may not have done cultural teachings and learnings. And so you've got, and rightfully so, they have a really good business idea and they're stepping into being an entrepreneur. So it's a very complex issue and matter. And I think that the more that we go down this path to really have the conversations, like sensible conversations, so we're not knocking out the young ones for their enthusiasm for being business owners, but for us as the the representatives of nations and cultures and ways of doing business, that we need to support our young ones. But we also need to find that phase, the transition bit in the middle, where the Western can actually meet the cultural. So we can do this in a way that protects the individual, but also protects the collective.
Thank you very much. The submission that you've put in recommends the introduction of innovative finance mechanisms such as social impact bonds. And I think you've touched upon that a little bit along the way. Where does the funding come from in an ideal world for social impact bonds? Is it government? Is it private sector? Is it philanthropic? Is it a combination of the three?
I'm happy to start. Look, the reality in a particularly an SDG world is that the realisation is that it comes from a mix of all three. And the innovation in terms of the development of the bond itself is actually the most interesting part. That the money then flows as a result of the term or the discussion that occurs in relation to the development of the bond. And again, I would defer to the work that's being done by the Australian Sustainable Finance Initiative on this particular area, because that's exactly how they're approaching it. It is an engagement between philanthropy, business and government about the respective roles and risks associated with the development of the bond itself. The other area that's very much worth looking at is the engagement with Indigenous persons that it's occurring at this year under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. Because as the development of the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, emerges, one of the key questions is, well, how do Indigenous communities play a role in the realisation of the 19 targets that are being set? And one of the areas is, well, what finance needs to be done to enliven the opportunities attached to the targets that are being set. And there is, in fact, a meeting to be held in October at the convention itself, which involves both finance and Indigenous peoples, to actually look at the very question that you've just asked. Because there are no hard and fast models. But what there is an interesting appetite, particularly by philanthropy, to come in and look at broader scale involvement rather than just project setting, looking at deeper engagement with those kinds of ideas going forward, which is really quite fascinating.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I was just about to get the wrap up there. That's all we have time for today. Thank you very much for your attendance here. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please provide it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of the Law Council of Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? You're on mute if you're chatting in the room. I can't quite hear you. Not off mute yet. I think we've lost them. Looks like you're solo here, Mr. McAvoy. You're on mute too.
So, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Barrett.
Senator, for the record, my name is Tony McAvoy, SC, Senior Counsel, and I'm, yes, I can see that. They can't be too far away. They were there. I'm appearing today as the chair of the Indigenous Legal Issues Committee of the Law Council of Australia, and
thank you very much for that. And we're not quite off mute in the room yet. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? What if can we unmute you from this end? I don't think we can. Back out. Were you going to be giving the opening statement, Mr. McAvoy, or not?
Chair, no. The President of the Law Council of Australia, Mr. Greg McIntyre, SC, will be giving the opening statement.
All right, we will persist with our technical challenges. There we go. You're off mute now. Now, can we hear you?
State-of-the-art technology, Chair. Can you hear me?
Look, we had a bumpy start to the day too, trying to log on. So you are in good company here. And I've also already spoken multiple times while I've been on mute today. So you are absolutely fine. I will invite you to introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today.
All right, so I'm Greg McIntyre. I'm appearing in my capacity as President of the Law Council of Australia.
And my name is Ashna Taneja, and I'm a Principal Policy Lawyer at the Law Council.
And I think I heard Tony McAvoy introducing himself.
He has introduced himself. In my little spiel before we get to your opening statement, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions.
Thank you, Chair.
And sorry, I might just get you to speak up because it's. I feel like you're a little bit far away from the microphone potentially.
I acknowledge the ongoing custodians of the lands on which we gather across Australia. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in attendance today, of course, including members of the committee. Economic self-determination is what enables and drives self-determination and the rights to be exercised by self-determining peoples. It's recognised under international human rights law and notably also under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The right to economic self-determination is not just a collective right of First Nations peoples to pursue the economic development of their lands, water and culture. It encompasses the right to economic developments of First Nations people, their right to pursue individually their own economic development to prosper in their lives. This includes the ability both legally and practically to access education, training, employment and business opportunities. Land rights, broader and native title rights and Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights are some of the key tools in the broader economic self-determination landscape for First Nations people. Achieving this aim requires the right enabling environment. For this, the government has looked predominantly to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap for direction. This is where we see an opportunity for the government to do more. The United Nations Declaration provides a comprehensive and principled framework for respecting, protecting and fulfilling the individual and collective rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. It's an instrument that this parliamentary committee has endorsed and made recommendations for implementation in Australia. We've yet to see the government act on these recommendations and strongly encourage the government to seize this opportunity. The government also needs to seriously rethink its implementation of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. The Productivity Commission delivered a scathing assessment of the government's performance in implementing the agreement, which is of significant concern to the Law Council. As a matter of priority, we urge the government to consider a legislative oversight mechanism to drive the implementation of the agreement through monitoring and assessment. We recognise that such a measure would require the support of the Coalition of Peaks. We encourage the government to identify opportunities to simplify legal and regulatory settings to further enable First Nations economic ventures. We've identified such opportunities in our submission in respect of growing the Indigenous estate, growth of the Indigenous business sector, reducing complexity of native title, improving access to professional services, and recognition of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights through standalone legislation. I'll now ask Tony McAvoy to add to that opening statement.
Thanks, Greg. I only wish to say this. This inquiry is particularly important. My observation from working with many groups around the country who are struggling to remove themselves from the poverty that's been entrenched in their communities is that self-determination is a very hollow vessel without the economic self-determination to exercise those rights. And so you can have all the paper rights that you like, but if you do not have the economic wherewithal to exercise those rights, to ensure that you've got enough money to take the elders to sea country or to invest in fishing ventures or to be involved in horticulture, then the right to the various rights that are articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People are very hollow. And so both Greg McIntyre and myself are here today to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all for those opening comments, and I agree that this inquiry is a particularly important one when it comes to lifting a mob, particularly out of poverty. I am going to Senator Ghosh first.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses from the Law Council for being here today, or at least digitally. One of the issues that was raised in your submission was in relation to concerns with the government's historical management of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund and the Aboriginal Benefit Account. Are you able to just briefly sort of outline and explain those concerns?
I think just briefly, we take the view that it's been structured in a way which isn't sufficiently flexible and has created impediments, which has meant that the fund is not being used to its best advantage. I think that's probably it in a nutshell, unless Tony had anything to add to that. We just think it needs a review to consider in whether it's still fit for purpose. There are some constraints on uses of those monies and the ways the kind of trust arrangements which are developed, which don't provide kind of flexibility that might be necessary to achieve the kinds of things which Tony was adverting to.
And if I could add to that, Senator Ghosh, our concerns that primarily relate to media reports in recent months about some of the lost returns in those funds. So in respect of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund, we do understand that the management of that fund has now moved over to the Future Fund. But in that period where it was self-managed, there were legislative barriers to diversifying the investment, and that did mean that the returns on the investment were quite low because of the lack of appetite to engage in risk. And so what that has meant, and this is, of course, based on like media reporting, which we're looking to in raising the concern. But that media reporting did convey that between 2007 and 2019, the fund provided an average return of 4.2%. And if we compare that with, say, the Future Fund, it was averaging a return in that same period of about 8.5%. So we raise that as a concern of a significant loss in the benefit and the consolidation of the Indigenous estate as something that the government should be turning its mind to.
Were there any specific risk parameters or restrictions that you had identified as problematic in terms of, or as explaining that distinction in the return, or is it simply a question of that difference in return is so marked as to need a review or consideration of why that's occurred?
So, Senator, our concern relates, one, to the fact that there is this great magnitude of difference, and two, that it seems to have been created by the fact that there was a legislative barrier in terms of where the money could be invested. So we have identified that it was, in fact, legislated that the money could only be invested in authorised investments, of which were Commonwealth, State and Territory securities or a deposit with a bank, which are quite low risk in nature. And so the results really have, from our perspective, stemmed from that legislative barrier.
That's in paragraph 19, where we refer to the Financial Management and Accountability Act, which seems to create that requirement.
Does the Law Council have a view on whether and how the federal government should potentially address the loss of returns experienced in that period?
Well, I mean, unless it was prepared to accept that, there's no legal obligation to do that. I would think what's happened is in accordance with statutory provisions. We pointed it out, and I suppose it would then become a matter for Treasury as to whether, well, and a matter of general policy as to whether it would be thought that that was an unfortunate result which ought to be remedied by some backdating of money from consolidated revenue to make up the difference. But that of course would have to be a policy position which government would need to consider and adopt.
One of the topics that's come up oh, sorry, Greg.
All that what we're really pointing to is that if that pointing out that's a situation, it's something to be remedied at least for the future. And I'm not sure that we are going so far as to say backdated, but of course, no doubt that would be very welcome for those who would benefit from it. But I suppose our primary position is that having identified the issue, it ought to be rectified for future purposes.
One of the issues that's live and has emerged from the evidence this morning is or relates to the lack of suitability of Australia's current intellectual property frameworks to appropriately and comprehensively protect First Nations intellectual property and cultural knowledge. Is the Law Council doing any work in terms of the reforms that are required in this space?
Yes. I mean, we provided well, at paragraphs 38 to 39, we make reference to that.
Senator, we've also provided a submission to the Department of Infrastructure in relation to their consultation in developing standalone legislation on Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights. We have made a number of recommendations in that submission, which we'll be happy to provide separately in writing. But we broadly support the policy direction in the development of standalone legislation.
It's very clear to us. No doubt you've probably heard from Terry Janke's submission this morning that the current state of the law just doesn't marry up with the way in which intellectual property rights operate for Indigenous people, and it really does need a legislative model which takes into account the cultural elements of intellectual property rights for First Nations. Unfortunately, the courts haven't yet adopted what I would regard as a broader view that a lot of cultural rights do, in fact, are within the concept of other existing rights, property rights, particularly when you look at rights from an international law perspective. If you look at the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and you look at what the High Court said in Mambo No. 1 about regarding property rights in a broader sense as understood in international law, it would encompass cultural rights, at least as they are manifested in terms of places and objects. The right to protect places and objects is a cultural right, in my suggestion, which the courts could be encouraged to take a broader view on that. But I think ultimately, if you're going to do it comprehensively, proper, targeted legislation is probably what's required.
Thank you. And thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. McAvoy.
If I might add something briefly, Senator. The Carpets case, Milparuru and others, and Indofern, was decided by the federal court in 1993. And since that time, First Peoples in this country have been calling for legislation that recognises cultural rights in a collective sense over ownership rights in a collective sense over the intellectual property. And the fact that it hasn't been able to be delivered is an embarrassment. But this is a lingering issue that is affecting the communities and the owners of the intellectual property in a way that doesn't allow them to take the benefit of it in the way that they should. What ended up happening in the series of cases in the federal court was the law was bent a little bit in order to provide some protection for the community, but it should be done statutorily, and the fact that it hasn't been done, in my view, is an embarrassment.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Ms Chaney.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm really interested in your thoughts on a legislative framework for implementing closing the gap and an oversight mechanism. I'd love it if you can talk more about what that could look like. I mean, it strikes me that in the absence of a voice, the closing the gap framework is a thing that we have all states signed up for. Productivity Commission says we're really bad at working in partnership, but we clearly need to do this. How do you see a legislative framework creating accountability, but also a realistic implementation framework for the closing the gap agreement?
At the moment, you would think that something ought to be happening. Nothing, no gaps have been closed to any great extent. And so there's obviously a disconnect between the coalition of peaks who effectively are there to tell governments how to deal with it and the vast range of government agencies who are connected with it. I mean, I think Tony will probably have some views to express about it being a cultural shift, that there needs to be an obligation to actually do something. I mean, all that happens now is to report and to report failure. I mean, there needs to be something which imposes obligations to actually change the way in which things are happening so that things do change. But Tony, I think you have some views on that topic.
Yes, thanks, Greg. The Productivity Commission, at its heart, in its report on implementation, tells us that there has been a deep failure in government to properly adopt the spirit of the closing the gap measures, and that the cultural conditions necessary to ensure that the close the gap targets are met don't exist in most agencies. And the proposal that there be a statutory body or agency tasked with the job of overseeing the implementation of the close the gap targets is an attempt to say there must be some consequences for failing to deliver on this. We can't just make this the annual parade of reporting on failure. Now we all know that the close the gap refresh occurred reasonably recently, and that it may not have had time to bite in the way that we would hope to see the changes brought about by more partnership-driven approaches. But the Productivity Commission report gives us the impression that it's unlikely to bite, and that what we're going to get is business as usual, with First Peoples issues being on the periphery and not being the central focus of government agencies, and a failure to deliver. So this recommendation comes, I think, from the Law Council, reflecting a bit of frustration in that there hasn't been an effective way in which to bring all of these issues to a constant focus for government. Thank you, Senator.
So some of this, of course, comes out of...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Some of this comes out of our views about why there needed to be a voice to Parliament and the Executive. We don't have that regrettably. This is effectively thinking outside of that box, what else could be done, which provides information to the government as to how to be effective, and then some way of calling them to account.
And that seems really vital to me. Can you talk about the role of ACOs in that framework? And obviously there's an oversight role, but do you have proposal in terms of what the role of ACOs could be in that implementation framework?
My view is.
Go on, Tony.
Sorry, Greg. Look, my view is that the Coalition of Peaks has to be really at the centre of it. It has to be driving the formulation of it, and as the new targets have been formulated and the various programs and policies, it is the role of government to engage properly with the community, the community-controlled organisations, in order to ensure what's being delivered is being delivered in a proper manner and targeted at the appropriate levels and issues. And you know, I know many of the people who are advocates in this area just get tired of saying it and get tired of hearing themselves saying that, you know, government has to change the way it does business, and so part of it would be ensuring this change of the way in which business is done. It would be ensuring that the Aboriginal community control sector, and particularly the Coalition of Peaks, are integral involved in the establishment of such a body.
Thank you. One of your recommendations was that a review be undertaken on the Closing the Gap agreement for consistency with UNDRIP. Do you have particular areas of concern about the Closing the Gap agreement not being consistent with UNDRIP?
So we've addressed this point in paragraphs 11 and also 7 of our submission, but I guess the overarching concern is that there isn't, even in the first place, doesn't seem to be any thinking being done at the federal government level about how does UNDRIP frame the way that government approaches First Nations policy. And predominantly to date, it seems that the Closing the Gap framework has been the way in which government has approached First Nations policy. In the Productivity Commission's report recently, they had identified 2 areas where there was perhaps a bit of a, not inconsistency, but I guess opportunity to align UNDRIP and the Closing the Gap framework, which we've outlined at paragraph 11 of our submission. Those 2 areas were around priority reform number 1, to qualify that partnerships is not the end goal, self-determination is in fact the end goal. And second, in respect of priority reform number 4, in respect of shared access to data and the opportunity to recognise Indigenous data sovereignty, which isn't currently done. And there's certainly, I'm sure, many other opportunities to bring the 2 into alignment, and the Law Council would be pleased to assist government in that regard. But those were 2 that were prominent in the Productivity Commission's report.
And government needs to seriously think about how they engage First Nations peoples in things they do for them, while recognising the principle of free, prior and informed consent. Governments have been telling First Nations peoples what to do and how to do things, and top-down approaches for far too long. It needs to be going in the other direction.
Thank you. And last one, how important do you see UNDRIP being in addressing this? Because these issues are obviously broader than the scope of this inquiry, but how important do you see UNDRIP consistency in the role of delivering on economic self-determination?
I think it's the point I made right at the beginning. Self-determination is the end result. Under it tells you what it is. And economic development, as Tony said, is the first step you have to take if you're going to do it in any practical sense.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me at that end. Great, thank you. And thank you both for both your extensive submission to this inquiry, but also your particular ongoing work in relation to what you've done to contribute to this area. Can I first start with, and I think you may have already circled around that, you've given us quite an extensive amount of recommendations. What would you see the priority in those recommendations, something that the federal government can do first?
Obviously, as a practical matter, the amendment to the legislation which allows investments to be made on a broader basis to get better returns is something which will require, I think, legislative change, but it's something that can obviously be practically done. Secondly, I suppose our suggestion of setting up an appropriate regulatory mechanism for assessing achieving the closing of the gap is something which I think ought to be seriously considered. Is there anything you thought we should add to that, Tony?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. And it doesn't, it's something that's additional to our written submissions, but over time there have been numerous calls for consideration of tax reform. We know that in North America in particular, there are tax concessions for First Nations, and that really drives an economic advantage which has enabled those nations and communities to alleviate some of their poverty. And in Australia, we have seen that in part in the tax exempt status for native title compensation payments. But if we are serious about empowering our people and communities through economic development, then further tax concessions ought to be considered for businesses, for community operations, and in a way that is not linked to the charitable tax status. So that in America, we see that the taxation mechanism for First Nations is not as a charitable institution, but rather because of their First Nation status. And I see that as a very important level area of inquiry in this country to see what reform can be delivered.
Great, thank you.
I've had a recent experience with an organisation, an Aboriginal corporate group, with funding coming out of a native title determination, and they're getting tangled up in litigation because of an issue about whether the trust fund they held was a charitable trust or a privately held trust, or trust for private interests, which of course has some significant consequences. It's unfortunate that we're still having to debate those sorts of things, and really it ought to be clarified by legislation if it's not delivering the right sort of outcomes from either looking at, I mean, what we're dealing with is English legal history going back to the 18th and 19th century to determine what the status of such trusts are. And we really need to deal with that in a modern sense, and that probably means by legislation.
That's great. Thank you. And just noting in your submission, your support in the UNDRIP recommendations around this support of formal truth-telling processes and the role of the federal government in particular, and their responsibility under the Constitution, Section 51. So I know, Mr McAvoy, you've given evidence at Uruk in Victoria, and last week we had several witnesses provide us with some very valuable evidence. Did you want to speak directly to, how that's been able to, from your experience, been able to hold accountability, particularly for a government, around the issues that affect First Nations people?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I didn't give evidence. I was I'm engaged in the Uruk truth-telling process as counsel assisting the Commission.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for correcting me.
I think my observation is that the truth-telling process in Victoria has been particularly successful in bringing to light the issues that the community has about a variety of past and ongoing injustices in a way that has never been done before. And, in those hearings, it will be obvious, because it's a Victorian process, that there hasn't been any particular engagement in Commonwealth issues. And so one might form the view that without the Commonwealth undertaking its own process, the Victorian truth-telling process and the one that's now commenced in Queensland will have difficulty in engaging in the various Commonwealth issues that affect all First Peoples. And this particularly came to light with respect to the closing the gap processes, because they're all funded largely from Commonwealth funds. It's part of a national framework, but it's also the case with respect to native title reform, funding for education in part, medical funding. And so the absence of the Commonwealth from the process means that only a certain part of the story can be told. Perhaps I'm a bit biased, having been involved in that process for a couple of years, but I know that many people within the Victorian First Peoples communities have really embraced the process and have come and give evidence and see that there has been great value in the process. And we're, I suppose, leading into the treaty negotiations, which are to commence very shortly, we'll see perhaps how much value has been added. In relation to evidence in the past weeks and media from the Your Justice Commission, I'm not in a position to comment at this point.
So what I can add to that topic is that the Law Council is about to formulate its working group on the Makarrata. The Law Council has a continuing position in support of the Uluru Statement from the past, and on the 30th of August I'll be convening our first working group meeting, which has the purpose of ensuring that there's that we provide guidance as to the proper legal foundations for both treaty and truth-telling, in the hope that the Commonwealth will in fact do as Tony suggests and embrace those two concepts.
Thank you, Mr McIntyre and Mr McAvoy. This committee, of course, will hear the Truth and Justice Bill that the Greens put forward, so we look forward to having further conversations with you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Mr Perrott.
Thanks, Chair. I just might need a little bit of tolerance from the bench here, Chair. But of the 104,000 lawyers registered with the Law Council, how many identify as First Nations?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Yes, I don't know that we've done that survey. I don't think we. Some of the, I know the regulatory bodies have sent out a survey. Some of them are not. We, of course, are an advocacy group primarily. Below us are our different constituent bodies. About half of them are also regulatory bodies and the other half are not. So I'm a West Australian, for example. There's a separate legal practice board which has put out that questionnaire. We could probably, with a little bit of investigation, get you an answer.
That's okay. I'm just going to unravel a bit of a thread here. So in terms of the 104,000, when it comes to selecting office bearers, is there a compulsory number of votes that an office bearer must get? Or is it just whoever votes on the day? Is it, and if you've been a QC for 30 years, do you get 2 votes or 3 votes or the same vote as a first-year lawyer, or how does it work?
It's a two-stage process. I mean, our board of directors is made up of 17 directors, each of whom is a representative of one of our 17 constituent bodies. So they're
democratically elected by their members.
That's right. Yes. So there would be slightly different electoral processes in each of the constituent bodies. So there are 8 bar associations, 8 law societies, and then there's Law Firms Australia, which is the large law firms which are largely international. So
I should declare I've been a member of the Queensland Law Society, but in terms of the number of members of the Queensland Law Society who vote, it's only a small number who actually vote when it comes to office bearers. All of those questions are to lead up to this question is, what can the federal government do to reduce the complexity of regulatory compliance for prescribed bodies corporate or for registered native title bodies corporates in terms of seeking input, say for free, prior and informed consent for any decisions of First Nations entities?
They could make the decision-making processes more culturally appropriate. I mean, the decision-making processes are largely of Western style.
And is democracy a Western style? Is democracy a Western concept?
No, but it may have different cultural permutations. Often First Nations peoples accord greater weight to senior and elder peoples. That's a very common custom. But
so they might get 2 votes, or are they before they become supreme commander like you, Mr. McIntyre? Where people must bow down before you.
There's not too much of that goes on, but
unless you're on the bench, of course, that's a different process.
Well, yes. Most of the rules of prescribed bodies corporate that I've seen really don't incorporate any weighting of value. I think it probably does play out on the ground. I mean, if a senior person stands up, is well respected within the community, generally they will be listened to more than perhaps a younger person. That's just.
Could I suggest that's a bias where they physically might stand up, but we also know that they're getting the actual bodies under the one roof can be complicated, particularly if people are scattered all around the state or the territory or the nation even.
I have seen constitutions which do allow more flexible ways of meeting. And I've seen examples of Indigenous corporations who've met in more than one location at the one time. And now, of course, we have technology which sometimes assists with that sort of thing.
Okay. So there's a few things the federal government could do. You've already hinted at 1 or 2 of them in terms of technology. Any other suggestions? And happy to hear from Mr. McAvoy as well. Or
I don't. Sorry. Sorry, Greg. I don't think that the technological solution requires any amendment to the legislation. It's available under the legislation as it is. I think the first thing that could happen is that the prescribed bodies corporate could be adequately funded, and there's been numerous reports about the lack of funding to these bodies and the extensive administrative function that they have to fulfil in terms of responding to various notices, ensuring that the meetings are held at a regular basis. And so the administrative burden is quite high on prescribed bodies corporate, and their funding has been limited. I think there was an increase a couple of years ago, but it's still not enough to undertake all of their tasks, as I understand it. So that's probably the thing that could happen first, and then
should that be means tested? You mean, like, because there are some land councils that are financially secure and able to hold meetings.
Well, there is a clear discrepancy. I mean, some land councils, in the Northern Territory, there's been a much longer history of income to those land councils arising out of the Land Rights Act. In some areas in Western Australia where there's large iron ore mining operations, of course, it's been possible to arrive at agreements where those corporations have greater funds. But in the Torres Strait, for example, there are numerous PVCs who have little to no funding, and there's a variety in between. So there's quite a discrepancy, which ought to be balanced out. Some governments, I've seen some non-Indigenous decision makers suggest grabbing money out of the richer ones and giving it to the poor. Well, that's not the solution we would advocate. It either needs government backup or varying the way in which the regulations are imposed so that they can be effectively complied with.
Okay.
You have something to add to that?
Yes, Mr. Perrott, my observation is that those organisations, those prescribed bodies corporate that can fund themselves do so, and are not usually not a burden on the rest of the system. So I think it happens. Whether it should be regulated for, I don't know, perhaps.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perrott. That was good timing. We're only a couple of minutes over, but I feel like we could ask questions of you all for the entire day if we had time. But I will say thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please provide it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much. We will now take a short suspension for lunch and we will return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The hearing for today. I now welcome representatives from the Jumbunna Institute for Indigenous Education and Research to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Well, lead. So my name is Lachlan McDaniel and I am the Associate Dean Research at Jumbunna.
I'm Cecilia Anthony. I'm an industry professor in the Indigenous Policy Hub at Jumbunna.
So my name's Alison Vivian. I'm with the Indigenous Nation Building and Governance Research Hub that's situated within Jumbunna.
Excellent. Now my little spiel for you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much. I'll start by introducing myself again. My name is Lachlan McDaniel and I belong to the Kalari clan of the Wiradjuri Nation. I've just been recently appointed as the Associate Dean Research at Jumbunna, our Institute of Indigenous Education and Research. And on behalf of Jumbunna, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the respective lands on which we're meeting today. We'd also like to thank you for the opportunity to make a submission to the committee and to discuss it with you today as well. Before I begin, I would like to just briefly introduce the Jumbunna Institute of Indigenous Education and Research as the institute that we're representing today. Our institute is based in the University of Technology, Sydney, and reports to the Pro Vice-Chancellor Indigenous, Professor Robin Quiggin. Our Indigenous-led research team operates throughout the continent with staff working in communities in Victoria, South Australia, the Northern Territory, Queensland and New South Wales. However, we have collaborators in all states and territories. Our best work is focused on stories, campaigns, projects and cases that consolidate our many different skill sets and expertise towards a shared goal. We are run by one key guiding principle. Our work should be driven by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and nations in Australia and contribute to their strength, sustainability and well-being. We believe our nations, peoples and people can use research as a tool to produce change and build capacity. We focus on work that combines our strengths to make strategic impact in the Australian continent and around the world with our communities in control. We have a series of hubs within the research units, 8 to be exact. They focus on child protection and advocacy, archives and data stewardship, people and work, Indigenous Nations Collaborative Futures Hub, the Legal Strategies Hub, the Law and Justice Hub, the Cultural Resilience Hub, and Jumbunna First Nations Land and Justice Hub. Naturally, the topic of economic self-determination and opportunities overlap with the focus of much of our research and advocacy within these respective hubs, and we are grateful for the opportunity to discuss our submission with you today. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief opening statement. I will head to you first, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses appearing today and for the submission. May I explore first this idea of workforce participation as an enabler of economic empowerment in First Nations communities? Your submission explained, and I think there's a recognition that there are lower economic participation rates among First Nations people than non-First Nations people. What are the major barriers that exist for First Nations people in terms of economic participation? And particularly if you are able to elaborate on that concept of structural lockout that's referred to in your submission, that would be great.
Now we've got to do this strange. Who's going to take? Who's going to do the answer? Because we're not all in the same place. Lockie, do you want to start?
Sure. So I suppose it was mentioned the focus being on employment. So Gary Yalla has been a study that's been produced by John Bunner, looking at the experiences of First Nations people in employment settings around the country. The findings of that were quite alarming in terms of racism. We had 44% of respondents saying that they heard racial slurs sometimes, often, or all the time in the workplace. We had low levels of people feeling as though they had a degree of cultural safety in the workplace. So I suppose that's the first layer of economic participation, I suppose, in terms of the self-determination we're exploring today. It's participation in the workplace. But then when you move on to, I suppose, First Nations people developing businesses that provide economic support for their families, their communities, I suppose First Nations people are at a disadvantage because we have low rates of intergenerational wealth. So we don't have the money to be able to start up these businesses based on inheritance. We have systemic bias in the investment industry. So people thinking that investing in Indigenous businesses is risky. We have unconscious bias and racism. And there's a trust deficit that we are able to perform, I suppose, at the same level as non-Indigenous people and businesses. I can give you an example of my own personal experiences. I'm a co-founder of a business called Native Foodways. We are set up to disrupt the native food sector. It was extremely difficult for us to get startup capital to get this business underway. And within the investment community, we were seen as being too commercial for philanthropic funding, but we were also seen as being too social for capital investment funding. We wanted to give back to our communities too much to be able to attract those fundings. Beyond that, I would say that there's a lack of data. So to be able to identify the issues that do exist, although we do have some. And I would also say that we lack a voice in the policies that are being developed around the industries we're looking to get into. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of that lack of data, one of the things that has emerged both in this inquiry and also more generally being from Western Australia is that there is often quite a distinction in the experience and the economic experience of First Nations peoples living in metropolitan environments versus regional environments. Are there any insights about that distinction in relation to workforce participation that you can add to your previous answer? And are you aware of basically a separate set of data or sets of data being kept for that metropolitan and regional or remote kind of group?
Can I jump in here? Thanks. Thanks, Senator, for the question. I think that what is interesting about the urban versus regional question is that when you look at the limited stats and data that we have on First Nations businesses, and the go-to source at the moment is from Dylan Dewar at University of Melbourne in the business school, and they've been working with the ABS to produce an Indigenous BLADE. So the BLADE is the Business Longitudinal Analysis Data Environment, I think, and Dylan Dewar has been working for the last 3 or 4 years with the ABS to produce the iBLADE, the Indigenous BLADE. And Indigenous businesses flip the mainstream model where the majority of Indigenous businesses are actually sitting in regional Australia at the moment, not in urban centres. So I think there's a huge positive in that. But I don't think that we have the data collection at the level where we can interrogate much beyond that, because it's simply not being collected, or what is being collected is asking the wrong things. So I think that the data question is one of the big foundation pieces that at the moment is still very gappy. We've been trying to fill it in the employment space, and Dylan Du was in the entrepreneurial and the business space, but I think there's a long way to go.
Thank you. We have seen some or significant, in some instances, increases in First Nations employment, and one of the earlier submissions referred to the significant growth in participation in the business sector by First Nations peoples. Do you have any insights about what government initiatives or investments are working in this space? Which ones are stimulating growth, and perhaps what's, from a public sector perspective, driving those increases?
I think I would point squarely at the Indigenous procurement policies that state and territories and the federal government have. I think that there's been a lot of work done over a number of years to encourage First Nations businesses, but I think that setting up that supplier chain access to be able to supply into government and other areas, I think has been the real game changer.
And that would point perhaps to that being substantive rather than simply, to use the colloquial phrase, blackcladding. Do you have any insights on the magnitude of blackcladding and what should be done to prevent it where it exists?
Sorry, I'm going to jump in again. Sorry to my colleagues. Yes, Supply Nation has done some work around blackcladding, and so it's this really fine line between a business that is owned 50% Indigenous, 50% non-Indigenous, or 51% and above Indigenous owned. And once you hit that threshold of 51%, you are a majority Indigenous owned business, and the decision making sits in the hands of the Indigenous partner or partners. So I think it's that very tiny 1% distinction where the solution sits. The 2024 snapshot, the iGLAD snapshot from Melbourne Uni, had of 3,000 or so participants identified in their data, something like 85% were only 50% Indigenous owned. So, and that would sit, I think, under the blackcladding definition. So it's still a significant number of the businesses that are deemed at that 50% as Indigenous owned. And I know that the Minister in New South Wales has said publicly that he's working with the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce in New South Wales to have a look at moving to a 51% definition for New South Wales businesses. And, I would suggest that would be the easy fix.
Last question, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to procurement, what are the ways that the Commonwealth Government can empower First Nations peoples to start and grow their own businesses and overcome or reduce some of the barriers that we know First Nations peoples face to starting their own businesses?
I'm happy to jump in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I think that there's many options for the Commonwealth Government. Firstly, I would say that protection would be welcome. So protection of intellectual property rights of the sector itself. We need more data being commissioned so that we can make informed decisions about protecting and engaging in the sector. We need to have more of a voice. So we need to have more representation of First Nations people, whether it's representative bodies or businesses within the decision-making process. We need strategies, and I would say industry-based strategies, for how we're going to increase Indigenous participation in each of these respective areas. And then we need investment and action. It's fantastic that we've got organisations like First Nations Capital, but that's one organisation underpinning what could be a huge contributor to the Australian economy.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Senator Cox.
Thank you so much for appearing today. And I just want to pick up one of the threads that Senator Ghosh was talking about, and one of the terms that you used in your submission around, or I think it was in your submission, the term meant by Indigenous data paradox. Can you explain or provide an explanation of what you understand that term to mean?
Yeah, absolutely. The Indigenous data paradox is quite simply that there is, I would say, an extraordinary, sort of use terms like enormous, but it doesn't seem startling enough. There is an extraordinary amount of data on First Nations communities that's collected, but almost no data collected by and for First Nations communities. And so that's the paradox, that the data that is able to be accessed, it's almost, and we work, in amongst that data on a day-to-day basis, and it's as if you're running on parallel roads, parallel highways, and you're on this highway and you're reading it, you're going, it's just not quite there. This is not what we need to know. So I think that is at the heart of the paradox, that the data is not, what is being asked is not being defined by First Nations communities. What is important is not being defined by them. And so what's coming out doesn't meet the needs of the communities to tell their own data story.
So essentially that's the policy frame, right? Like is not being defined by that? To...
No, go for it. No, interrogate away. I think it's I think part of structural racism. To be honest, data is part of structures and systems that are built over not just decades, but centuries in the case of Australia. And so you've got an inbuilt structure and system that locks First Nations people out, and that includes in how data is considered and sourced and collected and then used. So it's a failure of the system itself, and it's symbolic, I guess, of the deficit story that's told as well about First Nations people, that it's always looking from a deficit perspective instead of collecting the data that can actually celebrate the success and the vibrancy and the determination and the sheer resilience of these communities, in this case, in an economic context.
Ms. Anthony, given all of that, and given that our national partnership agreements, particularly on closing the gap, really, in my words, overuse the term self-determination and data sovereignty as if they are things that our communities do determine and that our communities do utilise to inform the positions of government and policy frameworks and essentially legislation that we draw up, but also, more importantly, the practical application of those and the allocation of resources. Do you feel that there is a solution to that in the power transfer that governments, and particularly the federal government, can take forward in the next iteration of closing the gap, and essentially that we won't see only 4 of 19 targets on track, that we'll actually see a generational shift and generational change? And it's open not just to you, Ms. Anthony, but all of the other witnesses that are here today.
And I'll answer quickly and then let my colleagues jump in. I think the starting point has to be having First Nations people at the decision-making table when the decisions are actually being discussed and being made. And I think that the most recent Closing the Gap agreement is, after many years of the Closing the Gap process, the first attempt to actually do that. Yeah, I'll let Alan Lachlan jump in.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in here. I think one of the outcomes of not having a proper truth-telling process is that when you're using language, you're not using shared language. So when Indigenous communities often talk about self-determination, it is setting the agenda and how it will be delivered, where I often find with Commonwealth it is talking about a self-determined delivery of services within a defined parameter. So I think that something that could help in the future would be having an opportunity to set a shared understanding of what the terms of, like, for example, self-determination are and what that looks like in operation.
I'll step in here too. I just wanted to say that I'm calling in from Naarm today on the country of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people, so I'd particularly like to pay my respects to their ancestors and elders and leaders and acknowledge the challenges that they have in asserting sovereignty and exercising self-determination. I'm really, my particular area of research is on Indigenous community governance and self-determination. I'm in the Indigenous nation building team. So there's a few things that kind of really resonate with me with what you're talking about there, Senator. And one is that the collection of data as it is in, treating all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as individuals means that the idea of collective self-determination and the achievements that Indigenous, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities may be achieving just are very difficult to see and very difficult to define that self-determination. I think that's potentially one of the reasons why, as Lockie said, we see so often use of the term self-determination in settler colonial governments when in fact people there are referring to at best self-management. So from a governance perspective, there is an enormous amount of evidence that comes out of North America that relates economic prosperity and, in fact, community well-being to the existence of self-determination. It's much more difficult for us to draw those same parallels in Australia with the data collected as it is.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vivian, and do echo and absolutely concur with your comments. It's something that I recently raised with the Productivity Commission in relation to Senator Estimate's question around community wellness and the way that we measure our Closing the Gap targets and how it relates to economic prosperity. I think one of the really key themes that's coming out of this inquiry is about cultural and intellectual property rights, and just noting in your submission, you talked about only 23% of the current native foods operators or owners in this space. Does Jumbana have a view about how the federal government might be able to, for a better word, turbocharge or fast track some of the protection rights of particularly the native food space?
Sure, I'm happy to field that question. What would be ideal would be legislation that would protect Indigenous knowledges regarding these particular foods so that they can't be commercially misappropriated in Australia and abroad. But I think before even the legislation got to that point, what would be extremely useful would be a national roadmap for the native food sector. We need data. We've got limited data, but we need a lot more data to know who are the operators in the industry, what are the benefits being shared back to First Nations people, how do First Nations people who have been engaging with some of these foods for tens of thousands of years transfer that experience and that knowledge into a commercial entity and protect themselves in that processes whilst meeting all of the regulations around food handling and safety. It's an extremely challenging process. It's an extremely expensive process. And as I was mentioning before, a lot of First Nations people don't have access to the wealth to be able to engage in that the way that commercial businesses, international businesses are able to. So yes, I would say in the first instance, a roadmap would be fantastic, but legislation protecting the intellectual, cultural knowledge regarding native foods would be extremely welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure if anyone else on the panel wanted to contribute to that at all.
I'll just point out, if you want the prime example to have a look at yourselves, would be to have a look at the macadamia industry, and the Indigenous representation in that industry is so low it's almost unseen. I think that's the shining bad example at the moment.
Yeah, and I think the emergence of the native lime is doing that.
And the finger limes are coming up quick. Yeah, there's a lot of big finger lime farms on the north coast in New South Wales and the hinterlands.
Yeah,
none of them First Nations owned.
Yes.
Yes, if I could add to that, we've seen macadamia, the largest exporters of macadamia are coming out of South Africa. Largest exporters of barramundi is South America. We have macadamias being grown in Hawaii as well. Finger limes are popping up. I've seen finger limes popping up in Arizona. So all of these native foods are jumping essentially our borders, and so it's not even a matter of Australia getting a fair representation on the export and import of these materials. It's that First Nations people aren't even getting an insight into this.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I appreciate all your comments.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Chaney.
Very much. I find it extraordinary that we don't have credible information on the causes of Indigenous underemployment, unemployment, underutilisation. Why is that? I worked in this area 15 years ago, and I find it incredible to think that we don't have good data on it. Is there what's driven that?
Yeah, I think that, and my experience working in New South Wales government when Closing the Gap was established is that there's been an incredible focus to meet those targets. There's been an incredible focus on getting bums on seats, I guess is the best way to put it, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people into jobs. There hasn't been, and a lot of work programs initially and even now concentrate on that first 12 weeks, first 18 weeks, first 26 weeks, and then drop off. So there wasn't a lot of focus on retention. That is changing now because retention rates and drop-off rates were so high after that initial point. Our employment hub is focusing very, very firmly now on racism in the workplace as one explainer of the statistics that we do know. And we've got the Gary Yala report. The first iteration of that was done, I'm going to say 2022 because I can't find the page in front of me. And we did that, Jumbunna did that with Diversity Council Australia. We also did with Regia as well, a women's analysis the following year, and we're about to start phase 2 of what we hope will be longitudinal study. And it's the first time that Indigenous researchers are collecting the experiences of First Nations people in the workforce, and racism featured very heavily in the data that came back. And I know work I've done before I joined Jumbunna with one of the state government public sector commissions working with Indigenous people in middle to senior levels in their public service, and 99% of the respondents we dealt with in that research reported that they'd experienced some form of racism over the course of their public service careers. So I think we are trying to raise the temperature a little bit, I guess, on including looking at the workplaces themselves. And up until now, the focus has been on the First Nations person having to fit the workplace. There's been very little to nothing on what has to be done at the workplace side to make sure they're culturally safe spaces, or people leave. And you have all the drop-off stats.
Yeah, that's interesting. You do, in your submission on page 5, you do talk about the key barriers to effective employment and retention, and list some things there, which presumably is based on the types of research that you're talking about. There are a couple of things there that haven't come up much in the discussion so far. So I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about identity strain and cultural load, just so that we can understand those factors.
Absolutely. Identity strain is a phrase that our employment team coined when they were analysing the data for Garryali, and they talk about it as when the person themselves feel that their identity is not meeting the norms or expectations in the workplace, and the strain that puts on them, and it draws on literature, that international literature about marginalised groups in the workplace. Cultural load is, I think, the often unspoken expectation of First Nations people in the workplace that they are the be all and end all in Indigenous anything to do in that workplace. That there's an expectation they'll be involved with everything. They will be an authority on everything. They will speak on behalf of the hundreds of other nations that they don't belong to in that workplace, and it creates time drain on people that can impact how they fulfil their work expectations. But it also creates a cultural and I think a wellbeing strain on them to be put in that role, whether they want to be or not. You know, Lachlan and Alison might want to jump in as well, or not.
I think that summarises it neatly.
Great, thank you. Just to change tack a little bit, one of the things that you've talked about is the lack of inclusion of voices, of First Nations voices in the design of programs and policies. How do you see the Closing the Gap framework as a tool for driving greater inclusion of those voices in design of programs and policies? So do you see that as being a useful framework, given the Productivity Commission's report that, you know, we're kind of not doing it very well at the moment? Is that a useful tool?
I think so. However, I think that we could have better tailored organisations responding to specific industry needs. So Closing the Gap has a particular focus, and you have fantastic voices around the focuses of Closing the Gap. I suppose there would be representatives within the Closing the Gap initiative around Indigenous employment, but around specific industries and sectors, I don't know that they're the best suited voices to have around the table on those issues.
So it's too general, and you need more specific voices on more specific issues and those covered in the Closing the Gap measures?
I think so. I think that we're looking at bespoke problems based on individual sectors and industries, and I don't think that the members of the Closing the Gap representation are best suited to answer questions in regards to those industries and sectors.
If I can jump in as well, I think we're heading into a new era in terms of potential advice and partnerships with the establishment of the first ever Indigenous peak, national peak body in the employment sector. And there's sort of two bodies that have formed that are somewhat interrelated, but in that same but different category. One is the First Nations Employment Alliance, which is an alliance of practitioners, First Nations employment practitioners and experts and organisations, representative or other organisations. The other is NIEDA, the National Indigenous Employment and Training Alliance, I think it is, which only established about 2 years ago, which is, and employment was one of the last, or might be the last policy sector area where there hasn't been a national representative body. So there hasn't been anyone to be able to have at the table in those high-level strategic policy and program design questions or discussions. So I think that moving forward, and I know Dewa, I'm never not sure how to pronounce it, and NIAA are both supporting these establishment years for that national body. So there's an opportunity now to be able to access advice.
Right. Okay. And so,
question, Ms. Chaney.
So then, with that employment-focused voice, that could feed into the discussions around the Closing the Gap framework to provide more specific advice relating to economic empowerment.
Yeah. Well, NIADA will form. And my apologies, I don't know if they are formally part of the Coalition of the Peaks yet, but if they're not, I think it's a fairly safe assumption to say that they will be. So they will be party to the Closing the Gap agreement and structurally brought in to the process by dint of being part of the partner organisation over umbrella organisation.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chaney. Mr. Perrott.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the evidence. I wanted to particularly talk about employment programs, and we have touched on a little bit, but in terms of consulting with First Nations people, what would your fit-for-purpose model look like? And is it one size fits all, or are there various versions?
So I've done a lot of, prior to joining John Bunner, I've done a lot of consultation work in this space. I was with an Aboriginal owned and run consulting firm, and we did a lot of community consultation. Trying to think of the most diplomatic way to put this. I think
you don't have to be diplomatic. There's no one listening here.
Just thinking of Hansard. I think that
if it's helpful, you are protected by parliamentary privilege.
I think that, and when I say government here, I mean the bureaucracy. I think that bureaucrats need to re-examine what consultation actually means. And a fundamental part of consulting with someone is actually listening to what they're telling you. And I've been through a number of experiences where we have consulted with communities all around the country in urban, regional, rural and remote settings. We've sat down and yarned with people, we've crunched the data, we've done the analysis, we've taken it back to the government client, and they don't hear what people are actually saying. And I think that the CDP programs is a really good example of that, and the quite endless calls from remote communities and ACOs, community organisations, calling for things like cultural work and family caring responsibilities in remote communities that are frankly never going to have a Western-style economy. And so the call for that type of work, which has been, fiscally measured in Australia and in other Western nations as women over the decades entered the workforce. So we can put a fiscal number or value around caring work, for example, that those things be considered work as part of a community development program. And I do note that after the latest investigations and reports that a local lens is being applied, and under the new structure, local communities will have some role in defining what is deemed work under the program. So it's a really good example, I think, of where consultation is actually working. But I'd say fundamentally you've actually got to listen to what people are telling you. Yeah.
And I assume that's easier if I'm, if I want to know what the people of Mutijulu want, I go to Mutijulu. But how do I know what the people of Brisbane want? How do I know what the people of Rockhampton want? Is it more complicated for a mob that are in an urban environment?
I think that there are definitely different experiences influenced by geography. So people in urban settings have a very different experience to people in remote settings and to regional and rural. I think that there is, however, a common set of experiences, and they sit around lack of education, lack of intergenerational wealth, health issues, and all the social determinants of health, racism in or without, not within the workplace, beyond the workplace. So there's that common denominator set of experiences, but then there's the geographic experience. And so you need to make sure that you're consulting broadly enough that you're getting enough data collected from X amount of remote communities, X amount of regional communities, and X amount of urban communities. You wouldn't just go to Mutijulu and Brisbane and say, okay, we've spoken to everybody and here's what they say.
Is there do we have a different set of rules? Do we do embedded in that is the idea you just touched on in terms of a community being economically sustainable. If there's no economic base outside of government support, the decision saying that we'll train you to care for, your grandmother because there's no NDIS providers coming or no aged care providers coming to insert community. But in Brisbane, that might be a different set of rules. So do we really have to be as a different set of rules for rural, regional, and the city?
I don't think it's a different set of rules. It's adapting a program to different set of circumstances. I can draw that distinction. And I would make the point that most people wouldn't need to be trained to care for family members because they're already doing it through sheer dint of necessity, not always in a remote setting either. I think that's one of the common factors. Familial and cultural responsibilities and the weight that places on people and the difficulty that causes in traditional full-time paid employment is a common denominator, I think, across First Nations experiences wherever you're located. And that certainly came up, particularly for women, unsurprisingly, with caring and cultural responsibilities in the Garryali report. But back to your original question, I think it's not about a different set of rules. It's about allowing enough flexibility in program design that the program itself can mould to meet the local community needs rather than having a prescriptive one-size-fits-all approach, which I think we can fairly safely say now doesn't really work for First Nations communities.
Well,
Last question, Mr. Perrott.
Okay, further to that question, if fostering economic development is what the community needs, can the Commonwealth Government have that sort of role? Because we're hopeless at enterprises.
Yeah, you are. I think that the role for government is as a conduit. It's as a conduit to making sure that there are clear pathways to investors. Government can't do everything, and you're right, does some things very badly, but can set up some structures that give people access to talk to investors. So as Lachlan's mentioned a couple of times, that's one of the key sticking points. And if you don't know what you don't know, where do you start?
Okay, thank you. I realise we're under time constraints and the chair's cracks a whip.
You can always give us a ring, Mr. Parrott. We're in the phone book.
And you might get some questions on notice too from committee members as well. But I want to say thank you for your appearance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please provide it to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? That includes any additional information you might want to provide to your evidence today. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Good luck with it all.
Thank you. And now, do we have the New South Wales Chamber of Commerce on just yet? If we don't, I might take a short suspension while we wait for them to appear. Proceedings. I now welcome a representative from the New South Wales Indigenous Chamber of Commerce to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? You're on mute.
How was that?
Excellent.
Better. Okay, thanks everybody. My name is Deb Barwick. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales Indigenous Chamber of Commerce.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Barwick. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to our discussion.
Thanks, Jana. Look, thank you for the opportunity to represent the New South Wales Indigenous Chamber of Commerce and our 500 plus majority Indigenous owned and controlled businesses in New South Wales. It's really, I guess, a long time coming to be able to have this conversation and opportunity. As per our submission, we've been working in this space intensely for many years. And there are a number of, I guess, opportunities that the Chamber sees available to governments to work with an Indigenous peak body in this space. And there are a lot of things that we believe we can support government with by informing these types of processes, but also future policies and programs and projects aimed at supporting the economic development of our people through business ownership and business growth. We also, unfortunately, see a lot of situations in the sector that are in conflict, or we believe they're in conflict with why our procurement policies were brought about by governments. And we feel that things like black cladding and the watering down of procurement processes to support Indigenous businesses is at risk if we don't address those. And we feel that as a peak body, it's really important that governments embrace and welcome that independent contribution that we are able to make through a grassroots network. We also, I'll give you a little bit more, we are governed by a board of Aboriginal business owners. So we are an independent organisation. We're a not-for-profit charity. We develop our own income streams. Sustainability is very important to our organisation, and we lead that by example by having our own diverse income streams. We weren't set up by governments. We were set up by Aboriginal entrepreneurs and business owners to support other people's aspirations to do exactly that, to be able to establish strong businesses that could enable our people to generate wealth and to be able to have better choices for themselves and their families and community members.
Thank you for that brief opening statement. We've got lots of questions, so we'll get straight into them. Mr. Perrott.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your introductory comments. And you've sort of touched on it. I do note you've now got 500 plus majority-owned First Nations enterprises since you kicked off in 2006. What are the trends and experiences of Indigenous businesses and the Indigenous economy in that last 2 decades?
Yes, certainly a lot of maturity in that time. We have businesses, our businesses or our membership base operate across 70 spend categories. So everything from your professional services, your accountants, lawyers, doctors, etc., through to your construction and civil firms, members that are into providing product businesses. Some of our members are, or many of our members are now national, so they trade nationally and in some instances internationally. So we do have our creative industries as well that are well represented within the chamber. And we have a lot of regional based businesses, so lots and lots in the metro and urban areas, but more and more of our regional businesses are coming through. So I would say that the strong trends are in regions. And also the capability and capacity in that understanding of procurement needs and how to actually respond to that in a really competitive, successful way. So I think there's been huge growth and huge maturity. Policies have certainly provided a lever. But I think it's, in addition to that, it's chambers of commerce are very responsive to working on the ground day in and day out with businesses, and that's brought about a lot of success, I guess, and a lot of growth because you need to actually have supports there on the ground to be responsive to business needs as they arise. They don't always come in organised, and when a particular problem arises, it could be 7 o'clock at night. Or it could be 7 o'clock in the morning, but we pride ourselves on being able to be responsive to the needs of business owners as they need it.
And so in terms of what do you offer them that might have changed, particularly over the last 20 years? And I'd be particularly interested in that rural and remote emerging group that you're talking about in terms of what can you offer that business in, Burke or Broken Hill or something like that. I assume are you speaking from Sydney or?
No, I'm in our Hunter office. So we have 2 offices, one in the Hunter region and one in Redfern in Sydney.
I beg your pardon. Okay, so what can you offer those? What has changed over that time, and what are the services that you might offer at 7 in the morning or 7 at night? So.
Certainly. So when we first started, it was volunteer-based. So we had, Aboriginal entrepreneurs and business owners that contributed their own time. Now we have actual resources to draw upon that are self-generated resources. We also deliver a number of contracts that through consultancy-like services to mainstream companies and also government departments. We deliver the New South Wales Government's Specialist Procurement Advisory Service for all SMEs in New South Wales. So it's those types of income streams that now allow us to provide a broad range of support. So everything from startup advice, so somebody's got a business idea, they can ring the chamber, we can put them with an advisor, they can step through their idea and give them some work to do around researching that business idea to make sure it is a viable one. all the way through to businesses that are quite established, but they actually want to take their business to the next level. So we have advisors who have 6 advisors that have all come from a procurement background, either in industry or government. So we would allocate one of those advisors to the business, and they will step them through what their aspirational goal is and who their target market is, and then how to get there. So it's that really one-on-one business advice. We also run lots of training and lots of webinars and workshops as well.
Okay. And my last question, Chair, would be the Venn diagram between the Dubbo Chamber of Commerce or the whatever, the Griffith Chamber of Commerce and your members. Do they often straddle both chambers, or do you duplicate what those local chambers would do?
Most of the chambers are focused on networking only. So they run, breakfasts for businesses and dinners and things like that, whereas our support is more around the capability and capacity, day in and day out support. We absolutely run the networking events. And we run major events, but it's the capability and capacity piece that I think is different to what they're able to access through their local mainstream chamber.
So they sort of complement each other.
Absolutely, and we have relationships with the Australian Industry Group and many chambers of commerce, and we absolutely support their work and they support our work.
All right. Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Perrott. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Ms. Barwick, and thanks for being available to give evidence for this important inquiry. You mentioned in your statement, in your submission, that some of the government purchasing officers are not aware of the government's, the Commonwealth's Indigenous procurement policy, which absolutely seems quite alarming. What brought that to your attention? Is there some evidence, or is this some anecdotal information around government purchasing officers not actually knowing about the Indigenous procurement policy?
Thank you, Senator. So we do a lot of work with New South Wales government procurement teams, and we have a partnership program whereby that partnership program is where we work directly with industry or government procurement areas. And part of that is informing and raising awareness of the APP in New South Wales, the Aboriginal Procurement Policy, and the IPP federally. And what we find is that quite often there is that understanding and awareness at a higher level, so at the DepSec level. But when we get out there and actually work with the procurement teams, they're not as aware of what the policies are all about. I think federally it's a little bit different because, federal government were sort of first with the IPP, and so there was a lot of that education came out through federal government agencies. But as far as the state government, the IPP, which is still applicable in every state and territory, there's not the same awareness at the state level with state government procurement teams. So that evidence comes directly from our work with those teams.
And you've mentioned in your submission also around the reporting in which government agencies do, particularly on Indigenous procurement. Would you be recommending any other forms of reporting that could be useful in this vein? Yes.
So in our state, Senator, there is only a 5% audit on APP spend, Aboriginal procurement spend. I'm not sure what it is at the Commonwealth level, but what we find is that when they audit their contracts, I guess what's happening is there's 95% flying under the radar. So 5% we would say is not enough to be auditing. And some of the recommendations that we would suggest is for governments to look at how do we do that better. And organisations like the Chamber of Commerce is, I guess, in a really good place to be able to validate some of that reporting. So when we're working with, for example, the construction and civil industry, so a lot of those major projects that are being delivered, they're reporting, but what our members are telling us, and Indigenous businesses in general, is those reports are not accurate. And we've had instances absolute cases whereby reports have gone in from a contractor up to the government department, and there have been claims that they have utilised certain businesses to a value, and those businesses have not actually been engaged at all. So the reports are flawed, and that's really unfortunate because, government likes to capture its spend and to be able to report on the great outcomes of the policy. But if you're not going to validate that properly, then it really, it's not a good thing. So there's a lot of frustration out there in the sector because they know that those reports are going in and they're flawed, but then government talk about all of the great things that are coming out of policy. There are solutions, like we've suggested setting up a team that we could actually offer contractors to have their APP or their Aboriginal participation or Indigenous participation plans audited. That would mean that we'd go and validate it with the businesses that they're claiming to work with. So there are solutions, but it's a matter of, I guess, that being an attractive alternative for government to utilise.
Great. That's a really good, obviously, we like to have a solution to a problem when we raise it. And you've also recommended in your submission that 51% ownership becoming a standard definition of First Nations businesses. So I suppose that reporting goes hand in hand also with another significant issue that's been raised as part of this inquiry around blackcladding, and we're not going to get into the detail of that one. I've been told we should have probably another inquiry looking at this in much more detail, but you've made this recommendation, 51% ownership. What are the advantages of having that approach?
Look, it goes hand in hand also with how do we. I think the other thing that we talk a lot about is reliance on databases alone. So when you put information into a database, it's sitting there. I think the difference, and we get, I don't know, I'm probably talking all over the place, but if we look at the difference between a supply nation model and a Chamber of Commerce model, we're a member-based organisation at the Chamber, so we actually work with the businesses day in and day out. So you have a relationship. We have a database as well because we're a member-based organisation, and we have a portal and what have you that partners can access or procurement teams can access. The difference between a database that really is just information and having access into a network that has a relationship with those business owners is so different because we know what our businesses are doing, where they're heading, who's running them, who's benefiting from them. So it's that relationship that's so important that is missed on simply a database. I think the other thing that's frustrating when we look at two types of criteria for what constitutes an Indigenous business, we have the 50-50 and then you have your majority. Organisations that are large corporate organisations or global brands are able to set up an Indigenous arm. That Indigenous arm competes against the very businesses that we're actually trying to grow, which we believe is why the policies were put in place. So we were advocating for these policies for many years as well. And when IPP first came out, the criteria was based on majority Indigenous ownership and control. A few years in, because there weren't enough numbers, that criteria was lowered, and then hence came in the two types of Indigenous business. And I'll give you an example, whether, I'm probably stepping out of school, but when we look at a large global brand like a PwC or a KPMG, and they can have an Indigenous consulting arm, they compete for the contracts with Indigenous consultants that we're trying to grow that are majority Indigenous owned and controlled. They quite often miss out because from the eyes of a procurement person, it's less risky to use this global brand that we're used to using and we're used to having a relationship with. So that's a really big issue in our sector, and it's a very painful point for many of our consultants in professional services businesses out there in the marketplace. I don't know if I've answered your question, but for us, the majority Indigenous ownership and control is really important, and it's not just ownership, it's about who's actually in that driver's seat. And I remember with the previous government was very much, Indigenous people need to be in the driver's seat, but we feel that that's really laxed nowadays, and probably every week we get a business that comes in to get certified and it's a black-cladded scenario, and their answer to us is, "Oh, don't worry about it, we will just get registered with Supply Nation." So they go.
Thank you, Ms. Barwick. You did answer my question, and really thank you for your work that you've done both with the Chamber but more broadly as well. And thank you, Chair. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Chaney.
Most of mine have actually been answered, but just on that last point, if it changes from 50 to 51%, do you think that the KPMGs and PwCs will just adjust their model accordingly? Will it make the difference, or what will make the difference, I suppose?
Yeah, we don't feel that that's going to be enough, because the benefit of winning work in this space is really high. We're talking a lot of dollars, and you're right. We half expect that if the federal government and our state government do move towards the majority Indigenous owned, that won't be enough. It will need to be coupled with what we believe government should be using Indigenous peak bodies that are member-based, because, as I previously said, you're being informed, or government's being informed, and the policy's being informed, and the benefits of the policy are being informed by organisations that are actually policing that day in and day out, just purely by the work that we do. You're right, people can move a share. They can, have 51%. But again, they're not necessarily running that business or controlling that business. And our understanding and our experience of the policies, IPP federally and our APP in the state, those policies were all about growing Indigenous entrepreneurship and Indigenous business acumen among our people. So if we don't go a little bit further than just that 51%, I think we need to get back to the Indigenous owned and controlled criteria, and that control piece is really important.
You're on mute, Ms. Chaney.
Sorry, so people don't have to listen to my typing. But you would see that additional control measure as being appropriately policed by Indigenous peak body membership, which obviously puts a lot of power in the hands of Indigenous peak bodies to determine, overall whether or not an organisation is Indigenous controlled.
And thank you, Senator. The Indigenous control piece, if we look historically as how that has been determined for many, many years, it is through Indigenous controlled organisations. So it makes sense for an Indigenous controlled business body to be a lead certifying agency in this space. And I think, look, when government first set up AMSI, which is the predecessor of Supply Nation, there was a need. We didn't have the maturity of the sector, and we didn't have maturity of Indigenous peak business bodies at that point. Now that we do, I believe that under, the UN's Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, that it's time for governments to work collaboratively with those peak bodies in this space. So it does put a lot of, control and emphasis in, but it really shouldn't be in isolation. I think it's a partnership, collaborative way of improving our sector and ensuring that we do move forward, that we don't continually make the same mistakes. And, if governments welcome Indigenous-led, and especially organisations that have created their own sustainability, demonstrate, that we have that capacity, why not invest in that? Because that investment is, you're getting, a greater return every time, and as it matures, it gets better and better. Whereas if government are controlling the whole process around certification by having its own body, it makes it really hard to look at itself. So when there are things that need improving and you're informed, it's almost like government's informing itself rather than bringing in that independent capacity.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Chaney. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Chamber of Commerce for being here. One of the observations you made earlier was around being a membership organisation and therefore the information that flows upstream as a result of that. Among your members, what are the main barriers that they're reporting in terms of starting and engaging in businesses, and what are their perceptions of those barriers that they face as compared to non-Indigenous businesses?
Look, some of the barriers are things I guess have been reported on for many, many years. It's access to finance, it's access to business support as it's needed, rather than we see lots of stop-start programs, stop-start investment. Even Corporate Australia, they contribute, they do bits and pieces. Our view is that if we can provide business support and advice and resources and information that is available to any entrepreneur or business owner at whatever stage of the business, that's the best thing that we should do. I think the access to finance and probably relevant support as it's needed. It's very hard for businesses to try and find their way around sometimes. So what the Chamber I guess provides our members is that one-stop shop point where they can come in and say, hey, I've got a business idea, or hey, I've got a business, I want to grow it. Our job is to make sure that we understand all of the different resources and supports and programs that are available, and then we tap those businesses in right along through their business journey. So for the last 20 years, we've had businesses that have been members all that time. They've grown from a startup through to a business that's now national because of that relevance of support. So I think it's that, and where we're hamstrung is it's lack of resources, but it's still important that we're able to be independent to government. What we see is needed is more of a collaboration for governments to say, well, what is needed, Chamber? What are the trends at the moment, what's actually needed, and we can actually inform the capacity piece. We do that with a lot of our corporate partners. So if we've got a law firm, they're good at law, right? So they say, what do you need from us? What do businesses need? We say, well, we need some training on this aspect of business, and then we arrange that training. So if we could guide and work with industry and governments and actually guide the goodwill, I guess, then we're on the right track. We're not going to duplicate, we're not going to have one-off programs, we're actually going to be supporting things that are relevant and in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Do your members receive support from the Commonwealth Government, either directly or indirectly, in relation to both those barriers you identified and then also some of the other programs that you've just mentioned at the end there?
Not that we're aware of, no.
And if the Commonwealth Government was to provide that support or kind of provide support in future, where are the spaces do you think it would make the most difference or be most useful?
I believe that it's not going to be a once-off fix. Things are going to change over time, but I think the first starting point is to find out what are the main capacity and capability gaps in the sector. We'd be certainly happy to assist and inform that, and then I guess the Commonwealth could invest in programs that fill that gap. That gap might change the following year, or what's needed this year. We need to be doing this. So, and what you've got to remember is the sector is maturing all the time, so it's not the same need year in and year out. So that's why I think I made the comment earlier about being a member-based organisation. We understand what's happening and what's important to businesses at a given time. Right now, we're looking at AI and digitalisation. What do our businesses need to know so that they can actually be in front of their game with that? So it's really about understanding the sector, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you're working with bodies that work with them. And so it's that grassroots. Our members inform us, we inform government, and then government are able to respond and put their resources into things that are actually needed.
What is the financial literacy of the Indigenous business owners that access your services, particularly accessing those services for the first time?
I would say it's similar to mainstream small businesses. These, in this day and age, what we see for all SMEs is this need to actually understand financial, or to be more financially literate on what products are best suited to their business to actually take it to the next level. So there are, I guess, different needs at the different layers of business. So we have startups that have, they're mums and dads, micro businesses. They've really had no real financial literacy around business. So we can work with them. We have bookkeepers and so forth that we have working with the chamber, that we get them set up with their financial management systems and how to use them, that sort of thing. But then we have our other members that are really mature businesses, and they want to take that business, to the next level, or they want to start importing, bringing their own supply chain in and what have you. So there needs to be literacy around how to do that. So I would say it's very mixed, but certainly I would say it's a similar need across all businesses.
And just to draw on that distinction you made between some of the smaller micro or startup businesses and the more mature and perhaps larger businesses, is there and I appreciate I'm asking you to generalise here, but is there an age trend or demographic kind of pattern that you see with that, or in terms of are the people involved in the smaller businesses, do they tend to be younger? The people involved in the larger businesses now, are they older, or are there any patterns or trends that you can observe, or is it it's a good mix everywhere?
So we have micro businesses at every age level. So we have lots of sort of young couples that are going into business and, supporting young families, and then you have more mature people doing the same. I would say there's a lot more younger businesses starting up, coming through, and we have a young population. So that makes sense that we're seeing more of our young people get into business. A lot of our work of late has been exposing that whole concept of owning a business to our younger generation. So we're just starting to do some work with high schools and so forth around just exposing them to Indigenous business and the success that it can be, so that when they're thinking about their future, when they're going into future studies or what have you, that whole concept of, running a successful business one day is a real thing for them. So I think there's a lot more awareness of business for our youth, and we are just starting to see that represented in the businesses that are joining the chamber.
You referred earlier to digital and AI literacy among some of your members. Are you able to sort of indicate what level of literacy, again in very broad brush terms, they have, and whether that level of literacy is something that they're raising with you or something that you're sort of observing in your interactions with them?
A bit of both. So we, because we're working with businesses day in and day out, we see, their gap areas, and then part of our work is also keeping ourselves informed and abreast of what's coming. And so that combination is, we can see that they need that, so then we'll run something for them, or we'll actually, our advisors will say, hey, why don't you try doing this? And some of it's as simple as, using, even with Teams, Microsoft, how to utilise, the AI capacity of that to record meetings that they're having, so that they're capturing all of their notes and action items and so forth, especially as they're smaller. So how do they use digital and AI to ensure that they're able to grow their businesses and they're not going to be left behind? So I think I've forgotten your question, but it's driven both ways. I think because we're an entrepreneurial organisation. We're aware of what the changes are coming. We see the gap in certain businesses, and so we do something to fill that gap, whether it's one-on-one support or we run a workshop or something on that particular topic.
No, I think you've answered that question. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Barwick, how, and sorry if this is already kind of apparent somewhere in the stuff that you've already provided, I think you talk about being self-funded. So what does that mean for you guys? How are you funded?
Okay, so yes, so we have membership. Membership is not it's not high. We charge a membership fee of $345 a year to be transparent. Yeah. That really just covers costs around certification and some really basic supports. We fulfil the rest of their needs through our partner program. So, and that is where we will work with procurement teams across industry or government so they can join the partner program. And we go in there and actually work with the teams to either develop policies around procurement, develop their strategies, do the matching for them. We have a look at all of their categories of spend, and then we match that with the Indigenous business capability and capacity. So it's a lot of work that we do there. So that's an income stream for ICC. We also deliver things like the procurement advisory service for all SMEs in New South Wales. So that's
you charge for those services?
Yes, we do. Okay. Yes, we do. But the Indigenous businesses, the way that we're able to fulfil their capability and capacity needs is through our other work that we do. So we do that, and that's all about us being sustainable, so we're not dependent on government. So we develop those income streams, and then we use that to provide the programs and supports that are needed for our members. Indigenous businesses that are starting out or not-for-profit organisations like land councils and what have you can join the chamber, and we encourage that at no cost in the first 12 months because for us it's important that they have access to that business support and all of the information that we can provide them so they can get started or so that they can actually get through hard times or what have you. So membership fees are not important to us or not as important as our other income streams.
And I suppose the businesses can, I would imagine, pretty okay paying that fee because they get a direct benefit from being a member of the commerce.
Yes.
And I suppose I'm interested in I suppose you've got a really kind of my iPad's going a bit wonky here. It sounds to me like you're really deliberate on being kind of not government funded and wanting to be self-funded through the other kind of your fee for service, but also the small amount of money you take for membership. Why is that important? I suppose I'm interested in, for my mind, I'm thinking about do government have a role here in terms of for chambers of commerce, or is it do you choose to kind of not have government funding because you think you're able to run a better show, essentially? I'm keen to understand kind of the rationale behind some of that thinking.
Thanks, Senator. I guess the difference is that would we like to see government investment in the work of chambers? Absolutely, because that means we can do more. Yeah. So it's not about it's not that independence is more about not being fully dependent and reliant on government.
So you think there should be a bit of both?
Absolutely. And the tenders, we've won tenders with our state government and we deliver really important services, but they were competitive tenders and we deliver those services. So that's an income stream. We've also worked with a few state government departments where they have invested and they've asked us to actually run some workshops and training and development and things like that. So it's not, I don't see chambers as working separate to government. I see it as a collaboration and working together to fill the need. We would love to see government investment in our work. Yeah. As I said, we would like to have more people on the ground. We currently employ 10 staff. But we currently don't have the capacity to put people in the regions physically so that they can actually be responsive to people on the ground. So there is definitely a need for government investment, but we like to see we like that term investment because we want to give that return and we want to grow the sector and we shouldn't be fully dependent on government. And we don't want Indigenous businesses to be dependent on government. We want to get them to be the most competitive businesses in the marketplace. And when we refer to tier one companies or corporate one day, why aren't we referring to Indigenous businesses in that space? So this really is about growth and sustainability. And I guess we try and lead that by example.
On the topic of kind of growth and sustainability, I am keen to hear some of your thoughts, or certainly what your members have observed about what some of the workforce challenges and skills challenges that are out there amongst businesses, because I feel like I feel like federally we focus on particular sectors for workforce challenges, and that's, it is right that we do that. I'm keen to kind of hear what it is your members are raising in terms of workforce, where some of the skills gaps might be. We've got, I suppose, some kind of big government initiatives federally, whether it's the Future Made in Australia, whether it's the Clean Energy Renewables Future. And maybe this is not necessarily where most of your businesses are focusing. But, we know that we're going to need it to fill a big kind of skills and workforce gap to be able to pursue those things. And so, I suppose I'm keen to think about kind of if that started to come up for you already, and then where else might be some of the kind of skills and workforce challenges and, or gaps.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I sit on a few committees, and we're certainly very much involved in the evolving industries around your renewables and so forth. And there are it's frustrating. Our businesses are maturing and growing, but that is one of the other barriers, I guess, is finding skilled staff. And as you would be aware, most of our businesses want to employ our people. And so when we're working with a lot of the regional-based businesses, that's exactly, what they're trying to do, but it's a matter of how do we get our people skilled. And I guess the frustrations that they share is wanting to have, I guess, programs or resourcing to be able to skill up local young people to come into opportunities in their businesses. And I think that's right across all industries in the Indigenous space. There's not that there's a lack of desire, it's just a lack of relevant skilling.
And what are, sorry, just I'm mindful, we've only got a couple of minutes left before we've got to finish.
No, that's okay, sorry.
Are there any, like when you say there's kind of, particular skills, like what are the things that kind of pop to the front of your mind when you say that? And because it's like, we do have our fee-free TAFE for particular courses available federally. I can't quite remember what the state government's doing there, but and at least kind of nationally we've seen a huge uptake from First Nations people for TAFEs, and I think it's close to 20,000 First Nations people have taken up the opportunity of fee-free TAFE. What are the skills that you're thinking about, and kind of, I suppose it's not available in something like that?
Yeah, a few examples. So we've got businesses that are in the area of air conditioning, so HVAC. They have opportunities to win, large pieces of work, but they want to, skill our people up quickly to actually support those contracts. So there's a gap there. We've got another company that puts in your telecommunication towers, so they're very, what do you call them? Telcos. And they're being really creative about how they want to skill up their own young people and bring them in and train them up and develop them, but get them qualified. So there's a bit of a mismatch in how does a business resource that? And many of them are investing in themselves, but there is this sense of not enough support that governments could be helping with, because ultimately the economic benefit of it is huge. So they'd like to see more investment in what they're doing. So it's almost like I can give you, and I'd be happy to share with the committee and put some information together, but a few really good case studies where businesses are investing in themselves, and it would be really good to get behind them and do more of those good things.
Because it is one of those things where it's kind of like it's the like it's not necessarily the businesses that people think about when they think about Aboriginal business.
That's right. Yeah.
Having to be providing a service to the community.
It's the whole community. Yeah.
And they also happen to be an Aboriginal business.
Yeah. Sorry, I probably jumped in there. So what was your question?
No, I was just making a comment about, like, I think lots of the kind of evidence we've heard today is probably in the kind of realm of what people would traditionally see as First Nations businesses, whether it's in agriculture, botanicals, or art, the protection of the cultural, intellectual property, rather than necessarily just the kind of pure kind of like the protection of your own intellectual property as a business, not necessarily cultural. But anyway, so like I suppose it's just that observation for me that
it's all connected.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean they don't have that same kind of give back to the community.
That's right.
Drive to give back to the community. But it's I suppose that like a non-traditional, like I say that
look, businesses within our membership, they're amazing, to be around them. They're very, we're talking about financial literacy, and the maturity of that in our sector is, it's grown so much.
Yeah.
And there is that sense of being successful from a financial angle, but it's all wrapped up in being successful for creating more opportunity with communities. And we have the luxury of just seeing that day in and day out. And I guess when, those businesses are, they're frustrated because they can't do more of, it's a bit like us. We want to do more, but we're kind of hamstrung because, we still only turn over, a bit over $1 million a year. Imagine if we were invested in, or our work was invested in, how much more we could do. And then the domino effect of that through the businesses that we support and their growth.
And this is my last question because we do really need to wrap up. I'm sure committee members have got other things to get onto as well. Do you measure the kind of impact of your support for businesses in terms of what their kind of growth and trajectory is, or is that not something?
We have. We've started to formalise that a bit more, I guess, but we certainly see the impact of our work, and our businesses share those successes with us. So we do have, line of sight to that, and it's really rewarding. I think from a maturity sense for our chamber, we've just started looking at the impact of our work from a, when we look at a business year in and year out. So if they renew next year, we collect all of their profile information around how much their employment has grown, their annual turnovers and things like that. So going forward, we want to be able to formally report on that and provide like a bit of a State of the Nation report each year based on, our members' growth.
Yeah, excellent. Well, we will be keeping an eye out for that data as you pull it together and report on it. It's something that I'm sure members of this committee will be very keen to see. But that is unfortunately all we have time for today in terms of questions. I want to thank you, Ms. Barwick, for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward to the Secretariat by the 15th of August? You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I want to thank all witnesses who have appeared before the committee today. Thank Hansard and the Secretariat for all their support throughout the day, and I declare this public hearing closed.
Thanks.